Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Fixed Druid? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A dense mist clouded the entire area of the now pockmarked, unfinished bridge. 7 faded figures were hidden amidst the thick chakra-based miasma. On the far edge of the bridge nearest to the local town, a pink-haired girl with green eyes, garbed in a red dress which had a red circle inside a larger, white concentric circle sewn into the back of it, with thigh-length slits, skin-tight black shorts and blue ninja footwear, was guarding a tubby, but burly, elder man with pepper-gray hair, tan skin and corrective eyewear. He was also wearing a gray overshirt with a lighter gray belt, brown capri pants and open-toed sandals. The pink-haired kunoichi, who had a spiraling, leaf-like image engraved onto her blue-clothed hitayate, which was tied around the top of her head, tightened her grip onto the kunai that she was holding. When the fight had broken out, she was ordered to stand guard and protect Tazuna, which was the name of their client from the lowly country of the wave, from harm's way, should the need ever arise. Luckily, her comrades and sensei were dealing with the threats on the bridge builder's life. 2 fast blurs moved throughout the dense mist, each one trading blows of equal power toward the other and parrying them effectively. Both figures had skidded to a grinding halt and stared at the other with the utmost scrutiny. One of the figures donned the hidden leaf symbol just like his pink-haired charge. He also had spiky, upturned gray hair and had 2 eyes that were of different colors. His right eye was black, but his left eye was crimson with a black pupil and 3 tomo on the iris. A debonair, vertical scar from the eye implant could be clearly seen around the intimidating copy wheel eye, the Sharingan. In his hand was a nicked kunai that had efficiently blocked the oncoming attacks from the enemy's behemoth Samba. Said other man sported a black muscle shirt and had sword-holding straps around his pectorals and back. The enemy was of equal height compared to the other jounin, had short, spiky black hair and dark eyes. A mask of bandages concealed his lower face, and his hitate was hanging crookedly from his scalp, with 4 squiggly lines and a long scar that ran through it. Thinking quickly on his toes, the wielder of the Zamba closed his eyes, concentrated and placed a one-handed seal in front of his masked face. He whispered, "Kirigakure no Jutsu," and vanished from the sight of the genius copy ninja within the thickening fog. He kept his eyes opened, and with Sharingan ablaze, Hatake Kakashi held his kunai at the ready, preparing to intercept any attack that the Kiri Nukenin may throw at him. The battle on the farthest end of the bridge was getting heated. Sweat poured down the faces of 2 combatants, surrounded by a myriad of hovering mirror-like objects. One figure had stood out the most, seeing that his loud, tacky orange and blue jumpsuit could catch even a typical civilian's attention. His hair was bright blonde and his skin was of a darker tan than his teammates and Jounin sensei, along with telltale whisker marks that lined his cheeks in triplicate. His crystal blue eyes peered onward, at the trap of mirrors, in fixed determination. His fellow teammate was of the pale, brooding breed, the talented genius of this year's batch of rookies and local heartthrob survivor. He sported a fierce look with his raven-black hair with shaggy bangs along both sides of his face. His eyes were a charcoal black color. He was sporting a long, blue t-shirt with a high collar and his clan insignia on the back, which was a non-foldable fan of red at the top and white on the bottom. Naruto, the blonde, and Sasuke, the fair-skinned brunette, were nearing their natural limits as they looked at multiple effeminate figures that appeared as reflections on the ice-like mirrors. "Demenit. We were so close," the blonde-haired shinobi grated out in anguish, holding his balled-up fist up to his chest. "How did they end up on the losing end, anyway? Oh yeah, it's my fault we're in this pickle." He inwardly groaned. If only he planned ahead of time, but alas, Uzumaki Naruto never has a plan before a confrontation, but he somehow had the innate gift of adapting to situations and reacting accordingly, his strong point in combat-type situations. Thinking by the seat of his pants proved him to be a boon when the fighting broke out. He stared up at the figure taunting him from behind the mirrors, and he noticed that the boy who was prettier than Sakura-chan had odd-looking curves, almost hourglass-shaped, just like the older women he had seen around Konoha no Sato, the village hidden among tree leaves. It caused him to slightly close his eyes and examine the boy's figure. Now, the blue-eyed ninja started to have his doubts on the older boy's gender. The brooding Uchiha glanced over to his teammate. "Naruto, can you still move?" he inquired, breaking his teammate out of his distant stare. The number 1 hyperactive ninja turned to Sasuke and vented his frustration. "Of course I can. I'm still okay." Sasuke mentally sighed as he gave his blue-eyed comrade a glancing once-over. "He's exhausted, but I guess that's no surprise," he observed without vocalizing it, mouth etched into a thin line. "The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu takes a lot of chakra." He turned to the dome of ice mirrors. "But because of that, I found a way to defeat him." Inside one of the frozen mirrors was a long, dark-haired, effeminate ninja in a forest-toned battle kimono, and donned a white mask with a small gash in the center, which was caused by the earlier scuffle with just the raven-haired preteen. 4 squiggly lines were etched into the top of the mask to denote a faux allegiance to Kirigakure, as well as 2 squinting eye slits for vision. After having the cloth at the bottom of his kimono burned by the Uchiha's Ketan ninjutsu, the figure looked on at the 2 struggling shinobi. "It's not possible," thought the androgynous shinobi known as Haku. "It must have just been a fluke." The ice-infused mirrors gave off an eerie flash, and immediately, the hardened Avenger flashed through a few hand seals. "Naruto, run." The blonde ninja looked over in confusion. "Get out of here and attack from the outside." A bit hesitant, Naruto retorted, "Oh, okay." The orange-clad ninja dashed for trying to get out of the prison of the androgynous figure's ice mirrors. Haku coolly responded, with a hint of confidence, "Will you be able to?" Another eerie flash later, Naruto was knocked back several feet, but that did not stop the blonde wonder. Quickly recovering from the fall, he ran as fast as he could to escape. "I'm not going to lose," shouted the hyperactive Konoha, running at top speed. One of the images moved and phased out of the ice mirror to quickly intercept the blonde headache. Peering over, the raven-haired ninja caught sight of the fast-approaching Fooinen toward his teammate. "There." Ketan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball spewed forth from the mouth of Konoha's beloved Avenger, attempting to singe the cloth around the ankles again. Turning at the last moment, Haku barely bypassed the hot flame and threw a sunban right into Sasuke's left shoulder. Following up, Haku delivered a strong roundhouse kick to send the blonde shinobi back to where his friend had fallen and melted into one of the mirrors. Struggling to get back up, he heard the dark-eyed Avenger say, "That was good. Let's do it again." "I won't let that happen again," interrupted the effeminate accomplice to the hidden mist demon. The figure tossed a sunban with deadly accuracy at the knee region of the Uchiha, and immediately he launched a barrage of sunban needles at both wary combatants. They screamed in agony. Aforementioned hidden mist demon, Momochi Zabuza, vanished completely from the sight of the copy ninja. "Damn it," Kakashi mentally cursed as he struggled to see in the thick miasma. "It's been a long time since I had to fight in such a bad situation. I'm worried about Naruto and Sasuke, but..." He closed his eyes to analyze what to do. "Be calm. Where will he strike?" His trail of thought ended on a grim conclusion as his eyes shot wide open and looked toward the direction of his pink-haired charge and their client. Sheet! Peering through the dense chakra fog in eerie serenity, Sakura was quietly maintaining her calm, steeling her resolve and faith in the rest of her team. The Zanbatsu wielder appeared without a sound, behind his wary target. He charged, and the two were on high alert at the last moment. The demon of Kirigakure removed his sword from its carrier and made a downward, angular slash toward Tazuna. However, at a blinding quick speed, Kakashi appeared to intercept the blow. The horse-chopping saber made contact onto flesh, and Sakura screamed out in terror. The emanating scream from one end of the bridge filtered to the other end, toward the battered and beaten human pincushions. Sasuke gasped, his breath hitching up in his trachea. Was that Sakura? He hurriedly pondered. Did something happen? What is Kakashi doing? Naruto was lying prostrate with sunban needles stuck in his back. Hearing the feminine scream, he incoherently mumbled, A Saxika thing, I need to do something. The matte black-haired Avenger clenched his hands together in two tough fists. He was stirred from his thoughts as the blonde demon vessel slowly stood up, chuckling. I'll do something about this. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief at the unknown Jinchuriki as soon as said blonde glanced over at him with a look of crazed determination. How did the dobe manage to have the strength left to go on? Let's go, was all that Naruto had noted, interrupting the Uchiha's train of thought before standing fully irked. How futile, Haku sadly intoned from one of the ice mirrors, desperate for the fight to come to a draw, or at least, tire them out so there would not be any further bloodshed. With a loud growl and a focused hand seal, blue chakra flared around the bewhiskered ninja. He then had charged straight for an opening. Blurring out of sight for a split second, Haku appeared before him. Naruto performed a backflip and dashed to the other parts of the crystalline structures. Like a reflection, the effeminate Oinin ran to match the speed of the blonde Jinchuriki. Sasuke looked on and noticed that something was not right. And then he saw it. Naruto, behind you. Unfortunately, it was too late. The androgynous accomplice to the demon of the mist appeared in the mirror behind the blonde preteen and landed multiple Senbon needles into his flesh. With the force behind the Senbon barrage, Naruto flew back a few feet. Struggling to get up, his teammate was yelling his name. It's impossible to get out of here, Haku remarked with a melancholy resolve. I can assure you of that. Why do they keep fighting? The effeminate ninja added as an afterthought. The dormant Sharingan wielder ran up to and kneeled by his comrade. Can you stand up, Naruto? Said downed companion tried his best to move before Sasuke continued. Don't waste your chakra like that anymore. That's what he wants us to do. The blonde-haired shinobi panted and retorted, I know. All of a sudden, the blue-eyed wonder collapsed from exhaustion and pain. I feel so weak. A minute, Sasuke mentally cursed at himself, wishing he was a bit stronger. This isn't looking good at all. I need to do something. Standing up, he murmured to himself, my eyes are getting used to his movement. The Foinin flickered into one of the mirrors. I will put an end to this now, the boy calmly stated, certainty lining his light tone. He unleashed a volley of needles at the Uchiha kid, but said aspiring ninja picked up a nearby Senbon to parry the entire salvo. Haku's eyes widened in disbelief, even though the face was concealed by the mask. How in the world was he able to block all the needles that were targeted for his vital points? Kneeling down and panting, Sasuke shouted at the dobe, stand up, idiot! Naruto could barely move a muscle before his strength returned. He shakily sat up. I know, he shouted in a clipped manner, flustered due to being outclassed. Stop being so annoying. He needed a bit more time to gather himself for another assault. With his heart breaking from the mix of clashing ideals at this bridge, Haku launched a larger bombardment of needles, but Sasuke not only parried the barrage Senbon, but he also protected the dobe at the same time. Naruto, the onyx-eyed Uchiha scion roared, you better not faint. I can't cover for your butt any longer. I'm not having your blood on my hands, you moron. I don't need your help. The blonde demon vessel's voice trailed off as he collapsed on the bridge. Sasuke gasped and turned around to see the blonde lying on the ground. His musings were cut short by the effeminate voice. Looks like that boy can't move anymore. The Foinin giggled girlishly as Sasuke's rage peaked. He turned upward and threw a Senbon, only to have it instantly blocked by another one from out of nowhere. The effeminate shinobi flickered around the mirrors, taunting the Uchiha kid while launching several Senbon to puncture in aorta. Then, Haku flung several more to where Naruto was laying. On instinct, Sasuke grabbed the passed-out dead last and jumped up, out of safety. He landed gracefully away from the recently dumped, knocked-out blonde by several feet. This can't be. Haku thought, knowing well that those needles were right on target. Was he able to read my movements? The dark-haired shinobi caught his breath and fiercely glared at Haku. His eyes were now crimson, with 2 tomo in his right eye and 1 in his left. The Sharingan had been awakened. Everything's so clear now. Breathing heavily, he got quite adjusted to his improved vision. Haku thought to finish the fight quickly before he predicted his every movement. Getting an idea, he launched a few more needles toward the defenseless, unconscious blonde, hoping to end his life for good. Once again acting on instinct, Sasuke rushed in to intercept the deadly Senbon salvo, wishing that he would make it in time. Senbon connected with flesh before someone's world faded to black. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, blood trickled down from Kakashi's grazed chest wound to his feet. It was a good thing that the Jounin vest had come in handy. He was focused on the pathetic excuse of a shinobi that slashed him, clutching his chest in pain with his right hand. The eyes of the pink-headed Kunoichi widened in horror and she screeched, "Kakashi-sensei!" Zabuza held his Zanbatsu at a downward angle and rested the tip on the bridge with his left hand. "You were too slow to guard yourself, Kakashi," started the Nuke-nin from Kiri, in a pompous manner. "Your wish to help those kids made you lose your cool and further fog up that Sharingan of yours." He glared evilly at the Leaf Jounin and continued, "Even if you have nice eyes, your ability to read an enemy's movement is numbing." He chuckled at his own sadistic humor and continued to boast. "Come on, entertain me some more, Kakashi. I want to pay you back, in a more fun way." The former Kirinin then adopted a serious tone with cold eyes. "Haku will beat those kids soon, so there's no need to worry about them." Kakashi, Tazuna and Sakura looked at him with disdain and disgust when he picked up his blood-soaked horse-cleaving sword. "Cry and apologize to them about your lack of power in the afterlife." Noticing the crazed look in his demonic eyes, while laughing maniacally, before disappearing into the mist, the copy ninja narrowed his own. "All going according to plan," the ashen-haired assassin reasoned as he tried to slow down his racing heartbeats. Sakura quickly looked around to see if she could detect the movements of the crazed lunatic with the big-butt sword. The madman's words left her feel uneasy. She looked down to the prison of icy glass with wide eyes and mumbled, "Sasuke-kun is going to be beaten?" She shook her head and replaced that worry with steeled resolve. "No," she said with gusto, closing her eyes tightly. "That won't happen. Sasuke-kun won't." "Shinaro!" Inner Sakura yelled as her black arms flailed about, throwing blinding quick blows into nothingness. "Lose to a Shinaro guy like that? Shinaro!" She gave a muttering afterthought. "And Naruto too." "That's right." Her musings ceased when she heard her instructor speak up, looking dead ahead to where Zabuza disappeared. I believe in their power. Naruto is the #1 noisy ninja in surprising people. And Sasuke is from Konoha's most prestigious clan." Hidden in his technique, Zabuza caught wind of his pep monologue to the worthless, pink-haired girl. His eyes widened in shock. "So he started but was interrupted by the copy ninja himself." "Yes," the injured ninja doted with pride. "His name is Uchiha Sasuke. He is the genius ninja that possesses the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan." The whites of Zabuza's eyes grew large while his irises and pupils shrank. He asked, beyond uncertainty, "He's a survivor of that clan of tragedy? No wonder he grew up so fast." Zabuza mused in his thoughts, taking note of how the brat kicked Haku back toward him. "But that goes for Haku as well," the Zanbatsu wielder flatly stated as the mist cleared around him, holding his sword behind his back. Before the mist thickened on his own will, he continued, "No one has been able to defeat Haku's master technique. No one." Preparing for attack, Kakashi took a defensive stance while hearing Zabuza mutter, while fading from the vision of the Jounin. "Now then, I guess that I'll put an end to this too." The copy ninja took a 3-point running stance and ordered Sakura to not move. After she complied with slight hesitation, the gray-haired ex-NBU captain darted toward the hidden target. The blonde Jinchuriki regained consciousness and trembled from the pain of the Senbon needles lodged into various sections of his body. His foggy vision cleared, and he noticed Haku lying prostrate on the ground, seemingly unconscious. He had then turned to the looming figure right in front of him. He smiled with joy. "Sasuke? Really, Naruto, you're a burden to all victim," the brunette struggled to say, without even looking at the dobe. In joyous glee, Naruto yelled, "You did it, Sasuke!" Then, his smile fell quickly as it appeared. He noticed that even more sunban were lodged into the brooding BSTRD's body, and some were lodged close to his vital points. The orange-clad ninja stared in horror at the sight of a small pool of blood. Why did he risk his life for me? I thought no one cared. The cold-hearted avenger turned to the proclaimed moron. Look at yourself, you idiot! Struggling to speak, Naruto yelled, "W!" His eyes watered. You protected me. Sasuke's eyes held a look of defeat. Who knows? His eyes glazed over. I hated you. Why? Interrupted the blonde, frustration spilling out of his sunny disposition. But why did you protect me? The now dark-eyed Uchiha glanced back with a smirk on his face. I didn't ask you to. Who knows? He repeated, struggling to speak. My body moved on its own accord, Dobe. The distant boy slumped back and closed his eyes. He would have landed in a disgraceful heap were it not for his fellow companion in arms to catch him while he fell. Sasuke, yelled the loud ninja. The lone wolf of Konoha looked up to nowhere in particular. That man, I didn't want to die until I killed my brother. With labored breath and effort, he shakily moved up his hand toward the blonde. You don't die. Said hand fell limply as the raven-haired heartthrob closed his eyes once more. The well of numbing tears poured from the crystal blue eyes of the demon vessel as he hugged the inert body. With a dejected expression, despite the face covering, the Fo-Oinin stood up. He, recollecting how Sasuke took the hit of the salvo before flinging him to one of the glassy ice mirrors, was able to jump into a trap to protect someone important. He's a ninja worthy of respect. The effeminate figure turned to a profile. Is this the first time you've seen a friend die? Haku phased into of the mirrors and continued. That is the path of a shinobi. Naruto's body began to tremble as his emotions locked up. Everything seemed to slow down around him and the body of his friend. Why did he throw himself into harm's way without a plan? The mounting frustration and the pain flung his mind into mental duress. He felt the overwhelming force of nature sealed into his belly at birth. Shut up! The blonde Jinchuriki snarled, looking away from Haku. I hated you too. Heavy mist and energy emanated from the blonde enigma while Haku looked on in blank wonder. You will pay. Suddenly, as if a dam of water had burst, a demonic red chakra flooded and spiraled around Naruto and his fallen friend, cutting deep ruts into the bridge. A brief image of a fox with menacing-looking eyes appeared from the spiraling column of chakra, opened its maw in a silent roar, and vanished upward toward the sky. The blonde looked up to the reflective surfaces opposite of Haku. The demon container's eyes turned a bloody red hue, the whisker marks on his face and his canine teeth grew more prominent while his hair grew more unruly. I'll kill you, the Jinchuriki roared, laced with demonic bloodlust. Haku started suffocating from the hurtling waves of focus sake and was literally sweating bullets underneath the mask. What is this terrible chakra? That's impossible. It's taking form. Haku was simply at a loss for words, for he had awakened a slumbering beast, and he wanted to come out and play. Naruto's muscles bulged as the sunban needles shot out from his body, while the regenerative healing process kicked in from the Kyuubi. His nails had become claw-like as the serenity of Naruto's demeanor gave way into the evil chakra. And his wounds are healing. Who the hell is this boy? Haku's thought was halted when those red, demonic eyes glared directly through the mask and right into his soul. Looking back to this day, Haku would remember one thing. Never, under any circumstances, try to harm Naruto's important people. I'll rip you apart, yelled Naruto in an inhuman intonation, squatting on all four limbs and ready to pounce. The experienced Jounin paused and looked in the direction of the wave of chakra potential and ki. Is it Zabuza? Kakashi quickly reflected, but he tossed aside that idea and his eyes widened when he heard an all-too-familiar bellow. No, that disgusting chakra belongs to Naruto. The thoughts of the ex-NBU captain raced at 1 kilometer per minute. It took a lot for the copy ninja to be shaken up, but the familiar, demonic essence caused him to panic. This is bad. Why did the seal break at a time like this? I have to hurry. A-class criminal, Momochi Zabuza, felt the presence of the demonic life force and thought similarly to the copy ninja. What is this chakra? It feels unpleasant. The shady skinned Jounin mulled it over in his head. Is it Kakashi? No, it's too big to belong to him. He racked his brain, wondering who had unleashed such a powerful presence, the possible game changer that would turn the tide of battle. The transformed Naruto charged dead on all fours, at the effeminate ninja in pure rage and hatred. With quick reflexes, Haku launched some needles into his flesh, only to have it blown out of his body with a burst of a red wave of chakra. With a single, essence-filled roar, the mirrors of ice shattered, and Haku tried to flee by phasing out of a flipping ice crystal. But as fate would have it, Naruto grabbed the arm of the false Oinin with incredible speed and leveled into his face a bone-shattering fist powered with demonic strength. Haku flipped through the air and landed in an undignified heap, unconscious. The mast cracked in half, revealing the supposed boy that looked prettier than Sakura-chan. The blonde demon vessel cooled quickly and crouched down. The foreign chakra from within had taken a considerable toll on his body as it began to reseed within his stomach. He unsteadily walked over to Haku, picked him up and laid him close to Sasuke. Using what was left of his strength, he picked up both figures, one cold to the touch and the other warm, and walked over to where the bridge builder and Sakura-chan had been. Kakashi closed his eyes and thought out a plan. Keeping a calm composure, he focused on what he should do. He felt the demonic presence retreat and mentally sighed in relief. Okay, Sensei's seal has only weakened, and not broken completely. However, Kakashi concluded mentally, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. I need to end this quickly so I can look over Naruto's seal. The masked copy ninja whipped out a scroll, wiped some blood from his vest, and lined the scroll with it. Twirling it about the place, he coolly remarked, Sorry, Zabuza, but the line for you ends here, so how about we end this little charade and go all out? The demon of the mist laughed dryly and remarked, Try all you want, Kakashi, but there is no way that you can find me. This is my jutsu and it has yet to be defeated. Let's put that to the test then, shall we? Whipping through a few hand signs, Kakashi slammed down the scroll onto the bridge with his hands on top of it. Ninpu Kuchios, Dotan, Tsuga no Jutsu. The scroll remained intact when symbolic images scattered and tore through the rumbling ground in a claw-like fashion. Whatever you do is useless, Zabuza flatly declared, as if stating the obvious. You can't figure out where I am, but I know exactly where you are, Kakashi. You are completely trapped in my jutsu. Zabuza paused, since he felt the bridge shake underneath him. Unfortunately, his musings were cut short when a pack of Nin-ken burst from the ground. One of the canines tried to take a bit out of his left ankle, but the Zanbato wielder lifted up said ankle, only to have another ninja hound bite down on his other ankle. While kept in place, the entire pack of the tracking hounds bit down onto the Nuke-nin with razor-sharp fangs. With his focus lost, the mist started to clear. The sound of growling had been heard by the bridge builder and the aspiring Kunoichi. What the hell is happening? A frustrated Tazuna asked in bewilderment. Sakura had similar sentiments. What's going on? Gripping harder onto the kunai, she was lost in thought. I hope that everyone's all right. Kakashi realized in clarity, standing up and gazing at Zabuza with his implanted Sharingan eye. If your ears and eyes don't work, just use your nose. That's what happens when you have your eyes shut in the mist. He paused and looked directly into Zabuza's eyes. This summoning is made specifically for tracking down an opponent. The reason why I let my blood spill twice was just for this purpose. Your weapons are soaked with the scent of my blood. Now, he pointed at his furry companions, these are my cute little ninja hounds. Their sense of smell exceeds that of all other dogs. What that boils down to is that you were the one trapped in my jutsu. Zabuza scowled. How dare he be outwitted like this? Kakashi's gaze at the Nuke-nin grew cold. The mist has cleared, and your future is clear too, for it is death. His last word oozed with venomous disdain. I don't care about your bluffs. Zabuza spat, struggling to break free. I don't give a dimin. Don't act so tough, Kakashi retorted as he calmly stood in front of his target. There's nothing you can do in this situation. Your death is certain. His eyes dangerously narrowed, the look on his face promising lots of pain. Zabuza, you fooled around too much, and your ambition was too great. Your attempted assassination of the Mizukage and your coup d'état both failed. You abandoned the Land of Water and became a nuke-nin with your few remaining subordinates. Your name soon reached even Konoha no Sato. In order to gain money from retaliation, and to avoid prosecution from the pursuing ninja, you sided with a vermin like Garu. Zabuza, Kakashi started to ask, did you really think I have survived with just the Sharingan alone? This time, I'll show you not a copy, but my own jutsu. Flashing through a few hand seals, blue lightning chakra crackled and flared around the copy ninja's hand and body at full force. Raikiri! What the hell? Zabuza mentally cursed. The chakra is so concentrated that it's completely visible. I can see it in his hand. Even though Zabuza's face was wrapped in a bandaged mask, his jaw noticeably dropped and his skin tone slightly paled. He could not move and an electric-filled fist was about to be driven through his chest in a matter of moments. However, he waited for his loyal weapon to show up, seeing that if his wielder was in danger, he would always return. Although something tells me otherwise. Zabuza offhandedly cogitated to himself, trying to recall whether or not Haku was what he said he was. You're too dangerous, Kakashi callously admitted while the blue chakra lightning danced wildly about in the palm of his hand. The person that you are trying to kill, Tazuna-san, is this country's courage. The bridge he is trying to create is the hope of this country. Your ambition sacrifices too many people, and that's not what a shinobi is supposed to do. Zabuza dully retorted, who gives a demon? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the impassive demon of the mist. I have fought for my ideals, and that won't change in the future either. The rage within Kakashi emanated as the concentrated chakra erupted into an indeterminate, phantom sphere of lightning. I'll say this again, the copy ninja threatened while the nuke-nin raised his hairless brows. Give up. Silence filled the area, save for the crackling lightning surrounding the palm of the ex-imbu. Kakashi first broke the silence. Your future is death. The copy ninja sprang into action and ran to the detained Zabuza. Surprised that the fog was dissipating, the bridge builder looked around and stated the obvious. The really thick mist is starting to settle. A faint crackling sound was heard from both civilian and kunoichi. Sakura looked dead ahead and noticed two figures, staring at one another. However, Tazuna did not. Which one is Kakashi-sensei? Sakura thought to herself. Acting as commentary for the client, she gasped and yelled, one of them moved. A blurred shadow rushed at a high speed to meet the immobile foe. All of a sudden, she felt the presence of someone behind her. Turning around, she saw an image of a short figure with two indescribable humps on its shoulders. From the dissipating fog, she could see spiky blonde hair and the not-so-popular orange and blue jumpsuit. Naruto, she called over to her dazed companion. The blonde Jinchuriki lifted up his head to reveal his saddened blue eyes tired and beyond exhaustion before he fell to the ground with the unconscious Haku and the corpse of her crush with a dull slam. Before Naruto slipped into the realm of darkness, he heard footsteps rapidly approaching and a feminine voice screaming out his name, as well as the name of his other teammate. Drip, drip, drip. The pitter-patter of the dripping fluid caused Naruto to stir. Fluttering his eyelids, he slowly opened them. Immediately, his eyes opened wide and he became fully aware of his surroundings. He lurched up from the watery solution, taking note that his clothes were still bone-dry. Glancing around, the blonde genin stared at a gloomy and barely lit dungeon, similar to a catacomb with iron-like piping that lined the walls. He also noticed that there were two pipes that were emanating some kind of energy source. On one side of the ceiling was filled with a red essence, while the other was a weak, blue hue. I guess I'm not in wave country anymore, he muttered to himself as he began to get back on his 2 feet. Shakily standing, the Jinchuriki gazed at the multiple maze-like pathways, all inked in darkness. He was perplexed. What the hell was going on? Where am I exactly? As if to answer his question, he heard a deep, rumbling sound from one of the shadowy corridors. The low rumble piqued his interest, so he followed along the inky pathways. After what appeared to be a few minutes later, he thought that he had heard a presence that was breathing. Taking a quick glance to the ceiling, the red pipe was considerably brighter than the blue pipe and walked right along, with insatiable curiosity. After the myriad of corners and turns, the demon vessel came upon a tunnel with a bright light at the end. Walking through said tunnel made the blue-eyed boy squint his eyes from the light, while crossing his arms around his face. After readjusting to the newfound light, he felt a very powerful presence in the room in which he was standing. The demon container fully opened his eyes and took note of the 50-foot double doors made of iron, held together by a flimsy piece of paper with the kanji for seal written on it. What the hell is this place? This is where I reside, and who dares disturb my slumber? A deep, booming voice echoed throughout the room. The whisker marks flinched and stared wide-eyed at the spirit behind the bars. It was a crouching figure of vulpine stature, with a muzzle to prove so otherwise. The apparition had carmine fur, with slit eyes matching the color of its coat. The form would have easily stood as tall as Hokage Rock, had it not been for its uncomfortable, confined corners. Each of its feral claws was just as large an adult-sized man. From what Naruto could interpret, the essence was highly perturbed from being stirred from its peace. Then, a swish of its 9 tails caught the wide-eyed blonde boy by surprise. The presence in front of him sneered and chuckled. So, you must be the one. Come closer, boy. As if complying with an order of a sensei, the blonde stepped near the cage, where the crimson phantasm lashed out of the bars with its claws, causing the demon container to jump back like a scared little rat. The spirit in the cage chortled. You appear rather weak to be my container, O precious warden. The sarcasm practically oozed from the demon to the point that even the kid understood it. Your container? Just who the hell are you anyway? Naruto roared back with fervor, pointing his finger at the beast. The blue-eyed shinobi felt an unprecedented, suffocating amount of pressure coming from the imprisoned spirit as its eyes narrowed. The murderous intent caused Naruto to break into a cold sweat. What did you say to me, Gaki? The vulpine phantom roared back with more venomous intensity than the whisker marks. No one dares to raise his voice to the mightiest of Bijou himself. Mightiest of Bijou? Naruto thought and wondered what exactly was that thing inside the tall iron bars that made even the knucklehead who knows no bounds flinch and feel helpless. Okay, Naruto thought. This speaking creature looks a lot like... His thoughts stammered and his eyes widened as he realized what was exactly in front of him. From what Mizuki had said when he had stolen the scroll of sealing, to the surge of energy that came from him a while ago caught up with him. KKQB? The 9-tailed Bijou was amused that even the little brat knew of his name. In the spiritual flesh, Gaki, for I am the Kyubi no Yuko, the Yuma Kitsune, and a monument to all your sins. He leered at his jailer with mild disdain. So, that was your power that emerged from me? He asked in mild confusion. Yes, as a matter of fact, it was, the spirit fox answered toward his future tasty morsel. And since you tapped into my power, the seal gave way while I was clever enough to weaken it. That explains where you are as of now, kid. This is your subconscious, and I have gained a stronghold in it, because you lost control of the mental barriers that prevented you from being influenced by me. However, since I have some partial control in the realm of your mind, you'll be hearing me from now on. And soon enough, I will be free from a weakling like you. The demon gave an evil, fang-toothed grin. Like hell I will let you take over my body. Naruto was about to storm off when he heard a huff from the 9-tailed being. Well, fine runt. Have it your way, and wallow in the mire of mediocrity, the Kyubi remarked in a condescending fashion. It looks like that you won't need some of my power to get stronger. And since you are an ungrateful little flesh bag, I'll take away the healing abilities. How does that sound? Naruto turned on his heel and looked toward the demon with eyes filled with unreserved caution. The fox was the embodiment of dealing with the devil. Why do you want to help me? Why should I even trust you, you flea bag? You're evil. Relax, kid. the QB interrupted. I was only bluffing about revoking the healing abilities. And if I were to take your body by force, I'll die in the process, and you will too. The matter-of-fact statement caused a small pit of shock within Naruto. Anyway, it comes with the power that you have been granted, and being sealed inside you was my punishment for betraying my guardian nation. Human hands assumed a T-shaped pattern, signaling a timeout. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you were a guardian? I don't believe that crock of bull one bit, yelled a furious Naruto. He should not have done that. Silence. The Phantom Fox unleashed another choking tsunami of chakra potential at the stubborn blonde. The demon vessel was on his knees, struggling to breathe, before the wave receded a minute later. Now, as I was saying, I used to be a powerful summon and protector of the land of fire against my will. I managed to break free once, when the man with red clouds ripped me from my second container. Huh. The blonde knucklehead was bewildered by such a tall tale. I really don't buy that, you know. Believe what you want to, human, the demon fox growled out, voice resounding like thunder in the chamber, but, in the end, I want to rip that bastard limb from limb, and you're going to help me whether you like it or not. Who are you after, Fox? Wouldn't you like to know? He tantalizingly asked, almost as if he dangled ramen in front of his vessel. The demon really tried his patience. You do know I have a choice to refuse your power, don't you? You were the one who made my life a living hell. Blue eyes narrowed to slits, cold fury beginning to rise forth as he pointed at the crimson behemoth. The cold stares. They ignored me, refused to acknowledge me. And it's all. He pointed for emphasis, your fault. The bijou heaved a sigh, blowing his hot, rank breath around the wrought iron bars. I yearn for freedom, and being free from you would be worth it, since you give me a headache. Naruto, much like his unwanted tenant, growled, showing off his teeth. Why you acting like you're so tired? That's really getting annoying. As with your incessant yelling, the ninth-tailed beast snapped back in rebuttal. You said that you were imprisoned beyond your will. Naruto decided to hear out his prisoner's case. He folded his arms over his chest in subtle defiance. The demon remained silent. So, how did it all start, Fox? Naruto thought to himself that it was better to show respect to the nigh omnipotent force than be drowned in killing intent again. Twice was enough for the blue-eyed shinobi to learn his lesson. That, and he felt small, controlled, hurtling waves of essence when the beast was recollecting. The nine-tailed beast looked at his container with an odd eye, due to the suddenly respectful tone. You might want to sit down, Naruto, because this tale will be very long to tell. The bewhiskered one obeyed without hesitation as he listened to the tale of the carmine fox spirit. Since time immemorial, I have become a mere pet on a leash to you vile humans. Naruto easily felt the disdain rolling off the vulpine monster. What do you mean? You mean, a long time ago, you got imprisoned by a human, and it's been hell for you ever since? He asked in a concise manner, not really having any tact. An extremely large tick mark found its way onto the red-orange scalp of the QB. Who could say that? He growled out while showing off his gargantuan fangs that easily matched the size of a fully grown man's lower torso. Since that night, my life has served nothing but to be used as a mere weapon to enact bedlam and carnage in order to bring about your idealistic dreams of order and security. Now, the blonde shinobi in training had a nagging curiosity clawing his mind. I didn't take you for the bitter demon type, QB. Being moved from one body into another tends to give you perspective. The tone the nine-tailed demon fox emitted sounded like one fitting an old man. One who has seen, done, and witnessed all sorts of nightmarish realities. Why don't you tell me, instead of acting like you have pride? The boy queried with an alien tone. It took the QB no Yuko time to gather his side of the story. When I was the final demon summoned into your realm, I was quickly subdued into this pentagram-like symbol in a forest clearing. Pentagram? Like a star-shaped symbol with a five-pointed thingy in it. You mean a pentagon? He clarified for the bumbling idiot of a ninja. Yeah, what you said. This boy is hopeless. The carmine trickster dully considered. Anyway, It was apparently the medium in which some pitiful human used to draw me out. I bore witness to this pathetic human that had some dumb, orange spiral mask that showed off an eye with odd-looking tomo. Never had I felt a sinister chakra unlike my own that had come from that crimson-eyed Uchiha and his repugnant Sharingan. Uchiha! Naruto was now dumbstruck. Hold it right there. Are you telling me that an Uchiha ripped you out from the last container? Correct, brat. Anyway, I have to hand it to you. You're actually taking this quite well for a 12-year-old runt. Naruto scowled at the bijou. I'm 13. He grumbled. And the Uchiha, is he the one you want to go after? Kyuubi sighed and deadpanned. He was the Shodai of that accursed Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. The eyes of the fox demon narrowed, slightly ignoring the brat's question, though he was not sure. The masked man had that Uchiha signature. With his Sharingan, he was able to put me into a spell that made me his pet on a leash. It was then that my rage peaked and my mind was manipulated into attacking Konoha. Then, while I attacked, Gamabunta-san appeared on the scene, along with the spiky, blonde-headed ninja known to you people as the Yondaime Hokage and a bundle of bouncing joy in his arms. Kyuubi worded it so as to not state it outright that he was his son. To his point of view, it was only logical speculation, although it made perfect sense. Thinking that none of the villagers would offer their newborn sons or daughters, or even themselves, to be the demon container, he only had one viable option: to unwillingly bestow the responsibility onto his own progeny. I'll tell him when he's a bit older, that is, Kyuubi mused. If he doesn't figure it out by the time I might tell him, or anyone else, for that matter. Besides, how can't you tell that he looks a lot like the man that sealed me inside of him? So, about the previous demon vessel. Naruto prompted. I don't know what happened to her, to be honest. The Kyuubi placed a paw under his chin, which would have been comical, despite the grave thought. My memory's a bit fuzzy, anyway. Naruto merely blinked, not really sure if he should trust this demon. Your last vessel was a girl? A woman, child. The fox amended in a snarl, and a demon feisty one too. The boy before him reminded him of that infernal wench. And this Uchiha Madara character, where is he now? To hell if I know, but you will find him in due time. The fox displayed his sharp fangs once more. He dons the black cloak of red clouds. His blood-red eyes grew to slits. Tread carefully, lest you regret awakening slumbering giants. How about a deal, Fox? Something that will help the both of us with our problems? The blonde suggested, his facial features growing impassive and not revealing what he thought. It looks like you could use a friend. He heard the beast snort. Don't be like that, you big furball. I don't want you to serve me. I want this to work both ways between us. You're in my body, and normally, what I say goes. And your point? You're boring me, boy, he deadpanned. Well, I can't say that I want to be your friend, so how about we become companions and help each other out? Kyuubi's eyes slightly widened at this brat's proposition. Even though he may be a dim-witted knucklehead, but he was forced to grow up, and that did a lot to him. He chuckled lightly at the strange enigma known as his container. You sure make an interesting bargain, Naruto. I'll tell you what, I'll help you out. I mean help us out. Allow me to tweak the seal a bit to grant you some of my power to use at your disposal. While I tapped into your consciousness, I noticed that you had a troublesome time with chakra control and your senses are subpar compared to my levels. That and you're on the short side compared to your teammates. The blonde demon vessel scoffed, feeling a bit sensitive regarding the topic of his height. Hey, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, you know, he cried in defense of his short stature. Your petty insecurities amuse me so, brat. Now, it was his turn to hear his unwanted jailer snort in derision. Nevertheless, allow me this one time to rectify the events in our lives hereafter. You have my solemn vow that I will protect you as well as those you hold. Dear to you. Naruto looked at Kyuubi with uncertainty before reluctantly nodding. If you try anything funny, then I will show no mercy. Naruto emptily threatened. It's not a promise, it's a guarantee. It was time to reel in the boy to put confidence in him. Okay, Naruto, now here's what's going to happen. With my manipulation of the seal, you will be bestowed with better chakra control, seeing that you have a lot of chakra to maintain, and enhanced auditory, visual, and olfactory senses. He glanced at the bewildered blonde, as if the demon was speaking in demon tongue. That means you will get better hearing, sight, and smell. This earned a flashy grin from the whisker marks. Adding to that, you will acquire a strength boost as well as more nourishment to STMLT your growth. He sighed heavily. Frankly, ramen is not helping you grow to your true, full potential. Eat more variety, for the sake of the gods. Hey, don't knock ramen, fuzzbut, the blue-eyed genin rebelliously roared. It's the perfect food choice. I might as well throw intelligence into the mix, and all this power for only a tail worth of my essence. He's getting a lucky break, QB mused to himself. Besides, I don't want my demon vessel to act like an idiot and get killed, or close to it at any rate. I need for you to climb up to the seal and hold it while I transfer some of my chakra to mix with your essence. Hey, are you even listening to me? No. The little runt had the nerve to growl at him again. You're a nuisance, a mere gnat that needs to be squashed. Well, you're a big meanie. A single, elongated ear twitched in annoyance. Do you desire the need to be stronger, or not, runt? This isn't an open offer. I need a decision and I want it, now. The bewhiskered boy sighed out his frustrations. Is this going to be painful? He hesitantly asked as he walked up the cage, sticking to the iron bar near the seal tag. Maybe. He cryptically murmured. That gives me nothing. Try it out, my dear container. The red vulpine taunted. Holding onto the seal, QB held up his forepaw and touched the other side of the paper seal holding the prison intact. The Jinchuriki felt the raw essence rush through him as he howled and gurgled in anguish. Bloody tears formed in his eyes as he clenched his teeth to endure the pain. After what felt like an eternity, Naruto fell into the watery muck with a sickening thud. It told me that it was going to be painful. Naruto struggled to say between panting breaths. Oops. Did I forget to mention that little tidbit, kiddo? To Naruto, it looked as if QB was giving him his own trademark foxy grin. The blonde, who was not really amused, shakily stood up, feeling as if his body had gone through a trash compactor and a blender, along with being burned by 1,000 katan ninjutsu. Before you return, there is another caveat, QB advised with a faraway tone in his voice. Naruto actually understood the word without looking puzzled. When you wake up, you're going to be in a world of hurt from the adjustments, as well as certain side effects from the seal manipulation. I advise that you avoid training at all costs for the next couple of days, while getting accustomed to your new body. After the Carmine trickster finished, a small wave of bubbling red chakra encased Naruto and heaved him out of the mindscape to the realm of the living. Whoa! The blonde ninja got pushed around the labyrinthine structure, getting jolted this way and that, as he saw the oncoming bright light at the end of his journey. What the hell is he doing to me? Enjoy your new power, Naruto. He heard the QB's voice echo before hearing a chilling fit of laughter. After reaching the light, his world went dark once more. To consider me an ally rather than treat me like a prisoner. The nine-tailed demon fox hummed, rattling the iron bars containing him. I don't know whether to laud him for his foolhardiness or curse him for potentially dooming his soul to the throes of oblivion. The boy played a dangerous game by giving the demon a bit of his trust. The QB was right. Naruto squirmed in what felt like was a bed, writhing in unimaginable pain. His eyes felt as if they were glued shut. He felt the same ache as if he were back in the mindscape, while his stomach needlessly performed topsy-turvy backflips, cartwheels and roundoffs. The nauseating spells struck hard for the poor blonde enigma. Meanwhile, his head was pounding from his sensitive hearing and his nose was burning from fragrant overdrive. In short, to say that the Jinchuriki was suffering now was the greatest understatement known to mankind. Damn you, fuzzbutt, for making me feel like the underside of shoe gunk. You goddamn trickster. You'll pay for that, he roared in his mind as he felt the demonic presence inside him laugh uncontrollably at his misfortune. I told you that I was not kidding, my precious guardian, hin hin. The prideful beast yipped in merriment. The blue-eyed wonder could do nothing but fall back to sleep unknowingly for 2 consecutive days, adjusting to the changes that his body had undergone. The sounds of a baby crying ominously echoed in a glade within the vast forest. A set of 9 candles lit up the dark night surrounding the baby's point of view. A hazy image of the blonde, now as a 13-year-old, hovered over his past self like he bore witness to an out-of-body experience. What the hell's going on? Suddenly, before him stood a stories-tall red fox demon that balefully glared at the newborn, causing him to shriek in horror. That fear subsided into wonder as an equally tall toad summon plowed into the furry hide of the vulpine, distracting it almost immediately. While the beast got stunned by the ramming attack, several ethereal chain links of white energy entwined and pinned the demon's fleece in place. Those chains, said fetters, drew from a single source, a female dressed in a white gown, but stained in crimson, due to the loss of blood in her system. Those chains emptied out of her back and restrained the roaming force of nature. The woman, whose hair was as red as fire, edged closer to the newborn baby with a pained expression, hemoglobin dripping from the side of her lips. Naruto. The ghastly Naruto's face assumed a look of shock. She knows me? A few seconds later, the red-headed woman collapsed in a heap, shackles binding the fox receding into her back. The QB roared and descended on the duo, but not before something strange. Dozens and dozens of verdant growth sprouted around the downed body of the woman and surrounded Naruto's vision. After his time of inactivity, the blonde, fully rested, jolted awake and shakily stood on his 2 feet. Whoa, that was some trippy dream. It made little sense. Who was that woman, and how did she know his name? Why did he feel like he just relived a real nightmare that was brought to life? Was it a repressed memory that lay dormant within his mind? My head is still pounding. He liked his dried lips to moisten them, but to no avail. The cotton mouth brought upon by dehydration did just that to him. He arched his back to hear a few pops to relieve the tension. Without knowing, he picked up 2 scents that emanated from the dark room where he was taken, feeling a bit dizzy in the process. One was familiar. It had a twinge of cologne added in with a bit of dirt, sweat, and ointment. He looked to where he had sensed the familiar aroma. His eyes widened as he saw Sasuke, within the dim lighting, unconscious, and his chest heaved up and down underneath white sheets, indicating that he was breathing. He heavily sighed in relief, aware that the brooding BGMI was all right. So, he gets to live another day, so I can wipe the floor with him later, Naruto humored to himself as he indirectly picked up the second scent. It smelled like peaches, herbs, and more healing ointment, but of a stronger variety. He noticed the boy, or so he claimed to be, with long black tresses and peacefully closed eyelids. Something doesn't seem right with him. His scent has a feminine quality to it. Naruto was baffled at looking at the figure underneath blue covers, lying next to the lone Uchiha survivor. Stifling a yawn, he smelled the delectable odor of food wafting from downstairs. So, following his nose, he tried to walk, but had to grip part of the wall that led to the door, due to the fact that his legs felt like jelly. Slowly but surely, the blonde shinobi traveled down the stairs to see the rest of his team sitting at the dining room table. Inari, a dark-haired lad who had sported a fisher's hat and green overalls with a yellow shirt, his mother Tsunami, an indigo-haired woman who wore a pink and red shirt and a blue skirt, and the boy's grandfather and woman's father, Tazuna. All of them appeared to be in generally good health, and enjoying their prepared meals. As soon as he stepped forward, the smells of the cuisine hit his nose at full force and wobbled back in dizziness, with his mouth slightly drooling. Naruto spoke in a somewhat deeper voice. My head is spinning. How long have I been out? Kakashi, who was at the table, reading Ika Ika Paradise, gave his patented eye smile, which consisted of his exposed eyelid to assume an upside-down U-shape. He greeted the blonde. Good morning, No. I see that you're up and moving around. You see, you've been out for 2 consecutive days? Naruto shouted in shock. What do you mean by that? Kakashi, however, continued to relay the information to Naruto, unfazed. Well, to put it short, sweet and to the point, Zabuza is dead, Gato was arrested and his funds were conveniently drained via direct use of a genjutsu, he smirked underneath the mask. And Inari-kun here, pointing at the little kid, who blushed lightly in embarrassment while he finished up, rallied the town to stand up to Gato's band of thugs, and they hightailed it out of here, with the aid of my Bunshin no Jutsu. Kakashiryu? Naruto thought that he saw a large grin from behind the mask. And on top of that, the townspeople helped with carrying you 3 back safe and sound. However, his voice took on a more serious tone as he eyed one of his pupils. We must not let Haku out of our sight. Even though the kid left on his own will with Zabuza, we will not know for sure for where his intentions lie. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto started but was interrupted by the little kid who idolized his orange-clad hero. Hey, Naruto-chan. Inari looked at the blue-eyed kid in confusion. You look different. The whisker-marked genin looked at the boy with equal confusion. What are you talking about, Inari? I feel fine, at least for now. What I mean is... Inari was interrupted by Sakura, who had just gotten up from the table and approached the blonde idiot with fists clenched. You had me worried sick, you idiot, the pink-haired kunoichi screeched at the top of her lungs. A vein bulged on one of her temples. And what did you do to my Sasuke-kun? Say, Sakura-chan, could you keep it down? You may blow out my eardrums. Naruto used his pinky to swipe the inside his ear. He felt that his finger was off in a way, like his fingernail had grown. Sakura reared back to deck the blonde enigma and fired away. Surprisingly, that never happened. In the blink of an eye, Naruto dodged the blow and was immediately behind the aspiring kunoichi, holding back the fist that was about to strike him, while leaving a miniature dust cloud, similar to when Kakashi moved behind him during the bell test to perform his Konoha Hiden Taijutsu Ugi, Senin Goroshi. Those who had witnessed the stunt pulled by the #1 unpredictable, hyperactive, knucklehead ninja had their eyes widened to the size of saucers, save for Kakashi, who had a slightly widened eye. One thought came to everyone's minds. How the hell did he get to be that fast? Naruto, you moron! Sakura roared while flailing about. What's the big idea? Let me go! Gomen, Sakura, I guess, reflexes? He grinned sheepishly. Yeah, that's got to be it. He released his hold on the bewildered Sakura. He sure has gotten quicker, but I'm not sure if he'll still match up to Sasuke-kun, she beamed inwardly. Shinaro. That's right. Inner Sakura beamed for joy, holding up a banner with a Chibi Sasuke caricature with the characters "For Your #1" written on it. When he released his pink-haired crush, a few things were making themselves known to Naruto. First, he heard his voice with a slightly deeper tone. Next, he felt uncomfortable in his patented jumpsuit, almost as if it felt too tight. And finally, he noticed that he was a bit above Sakura's eye level. With eyes wide, his muscles tensed, and he rushed to the bathroom upstairs. Rushing into the bathroom, he turned on the lights and gazed at the mirror. His eyes bugged out due to the considerable changes. The blonde wonder was 6 inches taller than his standard height. His cerulean orbs had slit pupils, his canine teeth grew somewhat. His ears had become somewhat pointed like an elf that he had read about from a discarded children's fantasy book. Naruto's fingernails grew a few millimeters in length. The whisker-like engravings became a bit more prominent on his face, but it was insignificant compared to the other features. His muscle mass had become more well-toned than normal. So, these were the side effects. Naruto felt better than before, almost as if he felt stronger and ready to take anything that the world threw at him. He looked down at his hands and scrutinized them. He mused as he examined his diminutive, claw-like nails. I think I should ask Sakura-chan for her nail file. Walking back down to the stairs, he took note of a plate reserved for him. It did not take a moment's notice for Naruto to start digging in, voracious appetite and all. After a full gut and a high-decibel belch, he approached Kakashi-sensei. Can we talk, sensei, in private? Naruto asked his Cyclopean Jounin-sensei. With a nod from the copy ninja, they walked out of the rinky-dink cottage that belonged to the family of 3 and into the forest a few kilometers out. So, the masked Hatake started after a grueling silence. What's on your mind, Naruto? He prompted. Naruto scratched behind his golden locks in nervousness. I bet you know of him, right? Kakashi knew exactly to what Naruto was referring. I do, Kakashi replied to his blonde-haired charge and put away his softcore porno book. His eye visibly shrunk. What did he say to you, Naruto? He gave his now undivided attention unto his student, but his posture presented a bit of alarm and warning for his student. It's also not wise to consult with a cunning bijou like your furry tenant. You don't see that the one-eyed copycat is simply trying to keep you from getting strong, do you? The ninth-tailed beast prodded, casting doubt within Naruto's mind. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, the younger ninja assuaged. I struck a deal with the old fleabag and well, this is the result. That did little to stop the constant growling in the back of his head. I see that, but I'm serious, Naruto, the ashen-haired assassin gravely intoned, not really amused in the slightest. You'll know the stigma when we get back. Being in cahoots with the demon fox is just throwing all caution to the wind. Naruto looked down to the ground, eyes downcast. It's not like I'll gain any recognition anyway. Oh, ye of little faith, Kakashi waved him off. I know you already changed quite a few people's thoughts on you with your simple words and thinking. Oh yeah? Name them. Well, there's the Sandame, the folks at Ichiraku, Irika, Ebisu, Kanomaru and me. After ticking off points with his right hand, the older man showed his open palm to the boy, in addition to using his other hand. See? You can count the people whose opinion you have altered on one hand, and I'm sure Zabuza would have been another, had he lived. A look of remorse skimmed Naruto's facial expression before it withered away. So, what are we going to do with Haku then? Kakashi tugged on his mask and hummed. I don't know. He never was a shinobi listed under Kiri's bingo book. He was Zabuza's secret weapon, so I don't think we have to contend with Hunter Ninja after him. Well, about that, Naruto uneasily observed. I don't think Haku is who he said he was. Oh, that got the copy ninja's interest. Why is that and how so? I don't know how to phrase it, sensei, but his smell seems off. A perk given to you by the furry problem? He paused before nodding and tacking on his second deduction. Plus, I don't think a guy is all that curvy under the bulky kimono he battled in. Hell, I didn't even see an Adam's apple, for crying out loud. Sharper eyesight too? Kakashi sighed and shook his head in dismay. Anything else that I should be made aware of? He said something about an Uchiha Madara fellow, who he thought was responsible behind subduing him from another host and being flung to destroy Konoha. The Jounin processed what he said before he calmed down and decided to take the information and give it to Sandame-sama when they returned to Konoha. He gave the blonde a scrutinizing eye. Naruto, you do know that Uchiha Madara lived around the time when Konoha was founded, don't you? That was well over 80 years ago, and I don't think that he'd still be alive. I don't know, sensei, Naruto answered. The fox didn't tell me. He just only told me of what happened to him before his eventual resealing. He also left me with a pretty, odd word of warning. And that would be? Something about the man donning the black cloak with red clouds, lest you regret awakening the slumbering beast. Mulling that over, Kakashi's lone I dissected the blonde like a live specimen, almost to the point of undressing him with that dark iris. You grew too? Yeah, the bewhiskered ninja grumbled. Old fuzz but made me outgrow my clothes. Speaking of old fuzz but, as you say, the copy ninja began to relay, eliciting a venomous growl from the QB, I need to check the seal. This won't take long. Okay. He drew out the last syllable. What do you want me to do, sensei? Take off your shirt, he bluntly responded. The newly transformed genin started to sweat around his brow. That sounds very wrong, Kakashi-sensei. What? Don't you trust me, Naruto? His teacher asked him, playfully mocking in tone. The upturned eye disarmed the kid almost every single time. The youngest on Team 7 sighed and removed his jacket and blue shirt, red wisp of smoke liking the center as its obscure emblem. Now, what else? He all but demanded, wanting this awkward moment to hurry up and pass. Hold still, he advised while channeling his chakra into his digits. The hard-biled veteran poked and prodded the ceiling array on Naruto's stomach, which caused said blonde to giggle to the point of hysterics. After finishing the procedure, the older man stepped back and gave the design one more once-over. So far, Naruto, you're in the green. Well, that's great and all, the blue-eyed shinobi began to complain, but what am I going to do with clothes that don't fit me anymore? And for the god's sake, tone it down on the orange, brat, the carmine phantom locked away inside him bellowed. It's unsightly. Like you. Naruto smoothly retorted, getting a snarl as a response. Point of clarification. I'm vermilion, that means reddish-orange. There's a difference. While the blonde went toe-to-toe in a duel of words with his ethereal occupant, Kakashi looked off into one direction before focusing his eye on the boy. There just so happens to be a clothing store not too far from here. However, in lieu of the recent economic duress the wave has fallen under, there might not be that much in the variety. They proceeded to head down to the Wave Country shopping district, hoping to find a set of clothes for the now taller blonde. Traveling down toward the district, Naruto was wondering how his team was going to take it as to how he had gotten taller and more different in just a few days. Luckily, his sensei and he decided to classify it as the scapegoat of an awakening bloodline, which was partially true, just not all the way. As fate would have it, they found a loose-fitting brown shirt and black pants and bought it with relative ease. To their fortune, they also found a pair of black ninja footwear to accommodate for the Jinchuriki's somewhat larger feet. After buying the clothes, Naruto quickly changed into them and it felt more comfortable than his tight outfit. In fact, it had almost fit perfectly, save for some sagging cloth around the sleeves and ankles. Sensei, do you have any tape for pulling back all this extra cloth? It'll also help me with attaching my brace of kunai. Right before his eyes, a roll of the adhesive fumbled its way into the blonde's floppy hands. You could use better lessons in dexterity, Kakashi dully remarked, eyelided in boredom. Walking out of the store, they were approached by a rather tall, lanky young man who was in his mid-20s. He had short, brown hair and blue eyes, and he was wearing a teal shirt and tan work pants, along with black construction boots. The gentleman seemed to look familiar to the blonde and gray-haired ninja, but then they recognized him as one of Tazuna-san's supporters and subordinates of the bridge-building project. Can we help you, sir? Kakashi inquired. You seem a bit lost. Oh, sorry, kind of spaced out there, for a second. Greetings, said the young man, seeming a bit distracted. I take it you must be Konoha ninja, right? Yes, we are. The ex-ANBU captain deadpanned. And you helped with clearing up the mess that spilled into the Wave Country? Of course. We were hired for the job after all, the smaller teen boomed. What rock have you been living under? That's fantastic. Oh, by the way, I'm Deheiken Hisao, and it's an honor to see our heroes. What were your names again? He sheepishly grinned as the pair of shinobi looked at him with unabashed disbelief. I am Hatake Kakashi, stated the gray-haired copy ninja, and this is one of my charges. Uzumaki Naruto, Databeo, the boy announced with a lot of gusto, thumbing his chest in the process. Uzumaki, huh? Hisao asked to himself, but loud enough for the two shinobi to hear. He wondered where exactly did he hear that name before. The brunette realized. Well, blow me away. Uzumaki-san, I think that I may have some information for you, if you're willing to listen to my ramblings. Both Naruto and Kakashi turned their heads to each other and back at the mysterious man with puzzled eyes and owlishly blinked. This guy is a bit flaky, Naruto declared with no change in his assessment of the man before him. I concur. What does he know about the Uzumaki clan? The copy ninja wondered to himself. The genin and jounin eyed the eerily happy wave resident with incredulity. What on earth would a civilian know about shinobi life? To break the eerie silence, the golden-locked genin spoke up. What is it that you're referring to, Hisao-san? Well, you are an Uzumaki, right? The dark-haired man asked the blue-eyed wonder with an eccentric smile. With a nod and a look that read, Of course I'm a demon Uzumaki, so get to the point, Hisao continued. Okay, follow me. We need to talk about this in privacy, Hatake-san included. Warily eyeing the mysterious subordinate of Tazuna, they followed him to a secluded and abandoned dock. Sitting on a few well-placed plank boards, both listened intently at his story. Well, rumor has it that your clan used to be a group of wealthy merchants in the former Whirlpool country in Shiagakure, the village hidden in the tides. The ruins of the country lie in an archipelago which is several miles south of the Land of Waves. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And the point is? I'm getting to that, the blue-eyed young man responded. I had also found out that your clan had its own ninja force that had kept several highly powerful skill and ninjutsu scrolls in their possession. That portion of information grabbed the attention of the Jinchuriki as well as his Jounin sensei. Unfortunately, Hisao sighed as he sat on the pier's edge and looked out at the sea. Many greedy and power-hungry shinobi wanted to seize control of those scrolls before the hidden tide became a truly terrifying force. Numerous attempts at seizing those precious items ended in futility. However, while everything had been running smoothly in that village, mercenaries and other ninja from hidden villages far and wide, in a last-ditch effort, pillaged and ransacked it during the last great shinobi war, leaving it in a blazing ruin, in an attempt to maintain those sacred scrolls. There were only a few survivors out of the fray that migrated to the Land of Waves, with the scrolls intact, before a select few trekked to Konoha for sanctuary, while the others who were incapable of going resided here. The group consisted of other Uzumaki, as well as some of the dispersed Haruno clan, and a now-extinct clan of wildcat-summoning shinobi known as the Sakabu. Naruto and Kakashi's eyes widened a bit from this tidbit of information. The Uzumaki and Haruno clans came from Shiagakure? Well, a select few of the Haruno clan had thrived from near and far, from Kusa to Kiri, perfecting their own style of techniques. Years later, Gatu arrived on the scene. The young man continued with subtle rage emanating from his eyes. Through the use of his dirty money, that vile snake attracted some of Whirlpool's enemies into the Land of Waves, killing off some of the aforementioned shinobi, which then led to the extinction of the Sakabu clan, along with some of the civilian natives of our country. It was then that Gata managed to get his filthy hands on the scrolls. Most of the powerful parchments traveled with the other wanderers into the Land of Fire. He turned around to the shinobi. You Konoha shinobi came to the right place at the right time. Since Gata only worked with mercenaries. At the time, save for Zabuza, they and he could not properly use the scrolls, so he stashed them for safekeeping on his luxury barge, just in case he had to resort to using more powerful shinobi as a means to put an end to our rebellious efforts. That, or he would have sold them on the black market to the highest bidder. He shuddered at that thought. Anyway, from my reliable source network, I do believe that those scrolls are on that barge in Nami Sound. But be very careful while on that ship. Who knows what kinds of booby traps are there on that strange luxury liner. He stood up and dusted off the dirt from his trousers as he finished. I think that it would be worth it, for you as well as the young Haruno lady. From what I heard from Tazuna while on our lunch break, she could use all the help in the world for her to change her attitude as to the true path of shinobi, meaning that she shouldn't be in it if she were to impress that Uchiha kid, but develop as an individual in her own right. Wow! Naruto thought with a surprised look etched onto his face. I didn't know the drunken old man could be that observant, and wise too. Who would have thought that Tazuna-san was wise as well as courageous? Kakashi mentally asked himself as he smirked. Aside from withholding information from the Cyclopean Jounin, his respect for the old geezer jumped a peg or two. Relaxing on a sofa in his sea cottage, aforementioned bridge builder felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed, with his corrective eyewear flying off his face and onto his chest. Tazuna mused to himself. Looks like someone's talking about me, He put on his glasses and glanced up at the clock. His eyes bugged out. Dimen. I gotta get back to work. He quickly shot up from the sofa, put on his hard hat and dashed out of the cottage to his impatiently waiting crew of workmen. Well, I need to get back to work. Knowing Tazuna, he'll probably rip off my head if I were to be caught shirking work again, the brunette young man said jokingly. He was walking onto solid ground from the pier before he paused and looked over his shoulder. Good luck to you all, and I hope that you will visit us again after you are finished with your mission. Coming to a realization, he turned around to face the two shinobi. Oh, and by the way, just let the policeman on guard duty know that you are on shinobi affairs if you want to explore the abandoned ship. I'm sure that they won't hassle you, but you may need to show some identification. There have been a few attempted break-ins into the ship by some of the more desperate townspeople. Naruto pointed up at his Hittite with his right index finger. Will this be enough proof, Hisao-san? The forehead protector gleamed in the noontime sunlight. The blue-eyed young man snickered to himself. Oh right, those Hittite are a dead giveaway, so I think that they should suffice. I should have been paying more attention. He rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly, while the blonde and silver-haired ninja had a bead of sweat behind their scalps. It's around noon, so that means that the lunch break is just about over. See you guys at the opening ceremonies. The odd supporter of Tazuna dashed off to the direction of the bridge. So, Naruto, Kakashi said, what do you say if I assigned you this actual C-ranked submission? I'll come along, just in case anything happens. He reopened his book of smut, waiting for the blonde-headed boy's response. Asu. Naruto saluted, beaming for joy. Not only would Naruto get pay for an A-ranked mission, but also get a C-rank mission bonus for retrieving some documents, hopefully clan techniques. Okay, so here's the mission, started the Scarecrow Ninja. We go in, get the necessary scrolls within a few hours and come right out. It's just as simple as that. Here catch. A few packaging scrolls were tossed at the blonde enigma, who had then caught all of them without any effort. Pack them into those scrolls. That way, our hands won't be full. The jounin of the squad gave his patented eye smile to the blue-eyed wonder. All right, Naruto, let's move out. Within a few minutes, along with some directions from the local townspeople, they arrived at Gatsu's luxury vessel. The ship had to be several hundred feet in length, and the outside looked as if it received a recent paint job. It appeared to exude a grandiose but barbaric and overwhelming feel to it. To the eyes of the ninja, looks can definitely be deceiving. Approaching the guards on duty, they asked for entry, but said sentries were a bit hesitant to let them in. Come on, Naruto whined. We're here for shinobi-related business. Can't you see that the forehead protector proves that we're ninja? Pointing at the glistening Hittite on his forehead, the lookouts scrutinized the headband. Listen, kid, a blonde-haired female guard started. This is the fourth time that someone gave us that kind of excuse, and they turned out to be phonies. What makes you think that you're a true ninja, huh? Holding back his rage for a bit, with a lot of whatever self-control he possessed, he put his hands in a cross-shaped hand seal and formed 2 shadow clones. Is this good enough for you? This is the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a technique forbidden to a genin, but I'm an exception. He gave a satisfying smirk while crossing his arms. His clones mirrored the original's posture. With eyes wide, the guardwoman turned to her partner and whispered, I think that they're the real deal. The other guard nodded silently as she turned to the blonde ninja. And just what is your name, kid? Uzumaki Naruto is the name, Naruto answered flatly, and then one of his clones pointed behind him with his thumb. And this is my jounin sensei, Hatake Kakashi-san. The visible eye of the aforementioned jounin widened, wondering where Naruto learned how to conduct himself in a professional manner, let alone showing some shred of respect for his instructor. We were sent from Konoha, pointing to his Hittite, and once again, it pinged in the afternoon sunlight, to protect and guard Tazuna-san, the bridge builder who is trying to pull you out of the rut that Gatsu forced upon you. This kid is serious, thought the guard woman. All right, we'll let you in to investigate. We'll only give you until 2:30 to investigate and no later. Do you understand? Mentally jumping for joy, the blonde dispelled the clones and climbed up the ladder, with Jounin-sensei in tow. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 copies of Naruto and Kakashi appeared. From the smoke caused by the above-mentioned technique. With a silent nod of communication, for groups consisting of 1 blonde-haired and 1 silver-haired ninja split up to traverse through the narrow corridors of the ship's dark interior, while leaving a 5th group at the main entryway, in case some individuals were to get through the sentinels and into the ferry. Clone Pair 1, location, underneath starboard deck. Be sure to watch your step, commanded the Kakashi clone. Like Hisao-san mentioned, there could be potential traps lying in wait. Oh, come on, Kakashi-sensei, the Naruto clone replied. It's not like there are going to be boobay traps. Without looking, the blonde clone's foot pressed down a tile. Feeling as if the ground caved in, he looked down. What? A faint glimmer came from a distance down the murky hall, and suddenly, the glimmer became a kunai that whizzed to where the blue-eyed replica stood. Picking up on the threat immediately, the Naruto clone was heaved back by the Kakashi clone with a push to the opposite side of the wall as the sharp knife zoomed by harmlessly and lodged itself 2 inches into the other end of the wall. Care to reconsider that thought about traps, Naruto? The Kakashi Bunshin asked with a raised eyebrow. Remember, in the shinobi world, you have to look underneath the underneath, finished the Naruto copy, who was rubbing his back from the unexpected force against the iron wall. I know that already. I'm telling you this because you still don't get it, Naruto, retorted the slightly irritated Jounin replication. Now, I'm going to say this one more time. Be cautious and don't touch anything. Clone Pair 2, location, ship's hull, level 4. Deep in the hull of the ship, a one-eyed Jounin smacked his head against his open palm in utter frustration. After telling his Naruto clone to watch out and pay attention, said clone fell through a trapdoor and dissipated into nothingness with a wispy poof sound. The Kakashi clone shook his head and traveled onward, all alone. Clone Pair 3, location, ship, level 3. The 2 clones faced off with their hands behind their back. A bead of sweat ran down their brow in uneasiness. Both reared back their hands and shoved them forward to one another. Jen Ken, both had yelled at the same time. The Kakashi replica held out his hand, which was flat and palm down. Paper. The Naruto duplicate, however, held out his hand, which had 2 fingers open with the rest of his fingers balled into a fist. Scissors. It looks like I win, announced the blonde copy. And that means we'll take my route. Strutting in confidence with his eyes closed, the Naruto Bunshin failed to realize that he had just walked past a motion sensor seal with the kanji for fire inked onto it. Said seal was pulsating, emanating a reddish hue before blasting a superheated burst of flame at the blue-eyed replica. The poor charred blonde ran around, ablaze and panicking. Stop, drop and roll, Naruto, yelled the worried Kakashi clone. Unfortunately, the Naruto clone went critical and dispelled into a puff of smoke. The Kakashi replica sighed heavily as he continued onward, coming to a dead end. It's like a maze with death traps in here, he thought as he backtracked to where he started. Clone Pair 4, main deck. The blonde clone managed to stifle a yawn and covered his mouth. It was boring to keep a watchful eye, acting as sentries watching over the guards who were guarding the ship. It felt rather redundant. All he could do to entertain himself was to count the number of floorboards on their side of the ship. He passed off that idea and turned to his perverted sensei and read the cover of the book. Make out paradise, eh? The Naruto clone mentally noted. I really should get a book of my own, but I absolutely despise reading. I know. Oi, Kakashi-sensei, the blonde copy said, breaking the golden silence. Can you teach me some cool jutsu that I can use? Sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said without looking up. I'm kind of busy for the moment. That comment riled up the blonde enigma. Oh yeah, so what's so important in that book of yours? Well, Kakashi started. I'm at the point where Natsuki is about to stuck 2 guys at once. She just removed the belt buckles from both men with her just 2 feet and no hands. He gave a perverted chuckle. Naruto recognized the signs immediately by scent alone. His teacher was giving off a lot of TSN and his face was getting a little flush. The perverted giggle and that little excerpt pieced it all together. He was getting aroused by a book of perverted trash central. The clone narrowed his eyes, balled his cracking knuckles and secretly vowed to burn whatever copies of that literary garbage that he would find and castrate the author, or whoever was named Jiraiya. Konoha, same time, public bathhouse. Currently visiting Konoha for a little research, a lecherous old man with long, spiky white hair and red tattoos that lined under the corners of his eyes and cheeks was glancing with his portable telescope toward the women's section of the public bathhouse. His red geta were glued with chakra on the rooftop on the men's side of the public bath. He giggled inwardly. This is grand, perfect for my research. The women here are oh so lovely. His musings were cut short when a tickle hit the inside of his nasal cavities. He endeavored to subdue it, but it was inevitable. He sneezed pretty loudly, which alerted the now screaming women that had been his topic of study for the past few minutes. A small wooden pail was launched his way, which promptly conked him on his cranium and knocked him back. As he slid off the roof and thumped onto the ground, he heard a faint rumbling that grew in intensity. Looking up, out of his bird-clouded daze, he saw the stampede of angry, toweled women with fists clenched and waving, screaming for his untimely demise. And before he could get up to make his getaway, he was soundly pummeled with slaps and backhands, along with a few kicks to the nether regions. With vengeance paid and anger vented, the contented women trudged off, leaving a heaping mess that was the legendary Gamasenin, the gallant Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin, with birds chirping baka wildly about his head. Real Naruto and Kakashi, captain's quarters. While he was trying to stash a few scrolls inside the storage scroll in the fancily decorated captain's quarters, that was presumably Gata's office, Naruto's eyes twitched constantly when his clones were being dispelled. He had then taken note of that he could see what his clones had seen before they had gone critical. "Ano, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked as he turned to his Jounin-sensei. "How is that I can see what my clones have done before they go critical?" The Cyclopean Jounin turned to his blonde-haired charge. "I thought that you should have known by now." "Know about what, Kakashi-sensei?" The blue-eyed wonder was confused as to where his instructor was directing the conversation. Giving his patented eye smile, the Jounin answered the befuddled enigma that was his pupil. A shadow clone is not an ordinary clone. It is just like an ordinary body. Any experience or knowledge the clones gain during their existence is transferred to the user once they are dispersed but causes mental fatigue when they are fully dispelled at one time. My suggestion would be to dispel a few of the clones at a time to ease with the mental fatigue. The gray-haired adult continued. Also, it helps out greatly while training. For example, if 2 of your clones go through the exact same training, then you get twice the benefit from it. Seeing a slightly befuddled Naruto, he continued to clarify. In other words, Naruto, is that if you have 2 clones doing the same training, then you would accomplish the same amount in half the time, and with a third, in 1/3 of the time, and 1,000 in 1,000th, if you can make that many. Are you with me so far, Naruto? The blonde ninja in training nodded. Now I get it. So, if I were to learn something that would normally take 2 days by myself, then can I use a clone to help me learn it in a day? Now you're catching on, Naruto, Kakashi stated as he placed another scroll in one of his storage scrolls. And if you were to train with up to 1,000 clones, should you have the chakra capacity, then what would normally take 20 years by yourself would be completed in 1 week. Naruto was flabbergasted by what he could do with his technique. However, physical training in and of itself cannot be gained through the use of shadow clones. Only you can do that, since your muscle memory only takes note of how you condition your body. Naruto's smile faded a bit. But luckily, chakra control exercises and scroll reading for you will be a thing in the past. Just have some of your clones read up on ninjutsu theory and climb trees while you do physical training. You can achieve wonders in only a week's time. After hearing this, Naruto grinned at the possibilities. Now he, the proclaimed dead last of this year's Academy Genin, could finally catch up or surpass his class. Their musings were cut short when they smelled a scent akin to a wild animal. The tiny tuft of tawny fur that they had smelled passed by the cabin in a blur. Naruto summoned one of his clones and told him to keep packing while he ran off to catch the little mysterious furball. He had a feeling that the aura of the little ball of fuzz had felt a bit familiar. Gata's barge, whereabouts unknown. Now where could that thing have run off to? Naruto pondered when he felt a tug in the back of his mind. What's up, Kyubi-sama? You've been awfully quiet lately. He heard the faint echo of Kyubi's voice resounding through the recesses of his subconsciousness. It just so happens that you are chasing down one of my vulpine brethren, kid. Wait, how did a fox get on this ship? Kyubi appeared to be shrugging his shoulders. That is, if they were shoulders. I haven't the slightest idea, boy. I'm not up to date with current events, you know. But I can conjecture that he stowed away here for shelter before we showed up. I can detect the oldest scent to be roughly 18 to 20 hours prior to our arrival. As the demon vessel rounded the corner, he was knocked off his feet by a flying tackle from the tiny ball of fur. As the Jinchuriki gazed at the now stationary fox standing on his chest, it had an ochre-colored coat, with a hint of red in it. It had an acute muzzle and a bushy tail that looked like a paintbrush with white dye at the tip and appeared to be no more than 20 inches in length, including the tail, and 13 inches in height. The fur around its paws was very dark and close to a black hue. What had caught the blue-eyed demon container's eye was the small dabble of white fur on its right side, near the ribs. Said dabble of white fur looked like a cloud-shaped birthmark. It must be alone, separated from its family, the blonde said to the ochre-hued canine. The vulpine runt barked in 3 long syllables that sounded like, wow wow. I can't understand this thing, Kyubi-sama, he thought in his mind. What's it saying? Unfortunately, I can't comprehend him as well, however, Kyubi thought for a moment before continuing. I need for you to channel some of my chakra to establish a link with him. That includes you as well. How can you tell that it's a he? He was puzzled but looked under the hind legs of the fox. Oh. Hurry up, Kit, rushed the Yukai Kitsune. We don't have all day. We need to get back to the captain's quarters. Time is almost winding down for us to be on this ship. Do you find? Focusing intently for a minute, he felt a tug at the seal on his stomach and a small bit of yuki poured from the fingers of the Jinchuriki into the mind of the little fox cub. The fox felt a bit subdued by this strange yet familiar energy that came from the whisker-marked kid. Now we play the waiting game to see if it worked. Hey there, buddy. Are you okay? Asked the blue-eyed demon vessel. I'm lost, the fox mumbled incoherently. Yeah, I'm kind of lost too. What's your name? My name's Naruto. Remember it. Where am I in Naruto? The no-named cub asked with mumbles. You are on a ship in a harbor. I take it that you live in the woods in Wave Country, right? I don't know, I have no home. The blonde Jinchuriki had an eyebrow raised as the nameless fox continued with stutters, getting accustomed to human speech. MIP parents were being hunted, so IRN to SS safety. So you're all alone in this world too, huh? Asked the blue-eyed wonder. I'll tell you what. How about I take you in? That way we won't have to be alone again. I hope that Kakashi-sensei is okay with the idea. The fox yipped in accordance with the blue-eyed whisker marks. Great, now to give you a name. Naruto looked long and hard at the innocent face of the fox cub and then glanced over at his cloud-shaped birthmark on his right side. He has a cloud-shaped birthmark, and he runs fast, as if he had a burst of speed. That's it? He looked into the gray eyes of the fox and said, From now on, how about that I call you Dasaburi? With what appeared to be a nod from the newly named Dasaburi, Naruto continued as he stood up, placing Dasaburi on the floor. Okay, Dasaburi-chan, let's go back and find that perverted sensei of ours. And no, it's as a sensei? The cloud-marked fox asked. A sensei is an instructor, of sorts, Naruto answered, but more importantly he's a teacher of ninja basics and techniques, as well as survival tactics. A ninja is my profession as well as his, obviously. As shinobi, we take missions that are worth a certain amount, depending on the level of difficulty and the time limit, if there is any, and execute them to the best of our ability. Failure usually isn't an option. The business can be a bit risky on account of more dangerous missions, but I wanted to become a ninja so I can become Hokage, so everyone will have to look up to me and acknowledge my existence. Hokage? What's that, Naruto? A Kage, or shadow, is the top-ranking shinobi within their respective hidden villages. Basically, in tandem with the head council and the daimyo, the Kage can set laws, creeds, and ordinances to maintain the peace. Also, the Kage is one with his or her people. That is why I want to become Hokage, so I can protect those that I care about with my life on the line. I love the village, although most of the population shuns me. His face fell with a sad smile but quickly replaced his mask. But, anyway, we need to get back to Kakashi-sensei. Come on, Dasha-chan, so we can leave. We only have 20 minutes left to be on this boat. With a new companion in tow, Foxboy and Foxy Companion retraced their steps via sense of smell, while chatting along the way. Captain's quarters. Oi, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said in his normal tone, which was a bit brash and loud. I have something to ask you before we leave this ship. The one-eyed scarecrow turned from his handiwork, threw on his backpack of scrolls and glanced at the beaming blonde with his hands behind his back. Okay, Naruto, I'm all ears, what is it? Ano, I was wondering. He revealed the small ochre-hued blur from before, which was a small fox. Can I keep him? Kakashi looked wide-eyed at the furry little rascal in the blonde's cradled arms. It was certain that after the Kyuubi attack 12 years ago, most of the villagers either had an absolute disdain or an absolute fear of foxes. To Kakashi, he was indifferent to them. In fact, he had a reverence for any class of canines. You do know how some of the villagers will look at you if you do bring a fox into Konoha, right? His eye widened twofold when he heard the tiny, stuttering voice of Dasaburi. It's Kakashi-sensei. Promised T to stay out of the WA. P+, Naruto said that he would protect his precious people, and me Inc. included. Kakashi's visible eye rolled in the back of his head and promptly fainted. Sure, he had seen summoned Ninken that have spoken, along with many other bizarre things in his lifetime, but never had he seen a naturally occurring fox speak that way. I guess that he couldn't take to you talking, Dasha-chan? The blonde Jinchuriki was answered by a lick to his face. This, Dasha-chan, is the beginning of a new life for the both of us. He smiled as he stroked behind the head of his little, furry cloudburst. So, Kakashi mused, while Naruto and he were standing at the door of Tazuna's humble abode, that's how Dasaburi-kun was able to speak. The blonde nodded, cradling the fuzzy vulpine in his arms, who was now asleep because of the Jinchuriki's body heat. The story was puzzling and yet intriguing. He guessed that the Kyuubi wanted to look after his own kind. Foxes acted similar to any other canine, willing to look after their own pack and protect them at all costs. He mused to himself that Dasha-chan should meet Pakin, as well as the rest of his Fong Pursuit tracking team. Shaking himself from his thoughts, the one-eyed Jounin turned the doorknob and walked in, with a blonde and a tuft of fur in tow. The door to Tazuna's sea cottage opened noiselessly. Tazuna, who sat at the couch reading the newspaper, Tsunami, who had just finished washing dishes, and Inari, who had just come down the stairs to see the commotion, glanced to see the two shinobi return, with a fuzzy bundle in the blonde wonder's arms. Kawaii! Yelled a very elated Tsunami who ran over to pet Dasaburi, who had just woken up from the noise. Inari jumped from the stairs and ran over to do the same thing. Have Naruto and Kakashi-sensei returned yet? They heard a faint, feminine voice resonating from upstairs, which meant that she was making her way downstairs to see what was going on. At last, the bubblegum-haired girl peered from the banister of the stairs. She gave a sigh of relief. I wondered when you would get back, because Sasuke-kun had just woken up. The copy ninja gave his patented eye smile. Well, that's a relief. Now that everyone's up, we will be starting guard duty pretty soon. We have become a bit lax in guarding Tazuna at the bridge for quite a while, and even though the threat that loomed over his head is gone, there is no telling who else is out to get him. That's no longer necessary. Everyone in the room turned to the raspy voice of Tazuna. You've done your job, and I couldn't have asked for anyone better for the task. But, thanks to the extra money that your sensei acquired from Gatu, at that moment, a grin etched onto Sharingan Kakashi's face behind his mask, I was able to ask a few police officers who were glad to watch over me periodically throughout the day. After Tazuna finished, the raven-haired prodigy shakily trudged down the stairs to meet up with his team. Sakura, perform a diagnostics check on Sasuke, to see if he is able-bodied, the Cyclopean copy ninja ordered to his pink-haired charge. With a large, beaming smile, the girl with bubblegum-colored hair ran over to her one-sided love interest. Sasuke-in, could you take off your shirt, please? She asked with small hearts in her eyes. Before the Uchiha genius could say anything, his shirt was forced off his person. Then he felt soft, warm hands touching his bare flesh to analyze his heart and pulse rates. Sasuke-kun, she said in a melodic fashion. How's your vision? Is it blurry? It's fine, deadpanned the raven-haired Avenger. The monkey see monkey do, Jounin rolled his visible eye while watching what was transpiring before said I. Fangirl. He thought and recalled a similar situation with other girls in his class. He smiled underneath his mask. Once you've seen them all? He checks out fine, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura told her instructor. Hell yeah. I touched Sasuke-kun's body. Take that pig. Shinaro. Inner Sakura yelled to the apex of her voice. Okay, said the scarecrow Jounin, once again pulling out his orange-colored literary tie. We're going to be eating up and restocking today, and we'll be off tomorrow, which just so happens to coincide with the bridge opening ceremony. Isn't that correct, Tazuna-san? Turning to the bridge builder, Tazuna nodded his head in agreement. Facing his charges, he continued. Well, first things first. Naruto here picked up a stray fox cub while we were investigating Gata's barge. The elf-eared genin peered around Tsunami and Inari, with Dasha-chan cradled in his arms. The dusty-colored fox yipped. Seeing the ball of fur made the pink-haired girl squeal in delight. She ran over to Naruto, screaming kawaii, just like Inari's mother, but with more gusto. Oh, Naruto, can I hold it please? Sakura asked with a bright sparkle in her green eyes, clasping her hands together. Looking at his teammate, he wondered if she had a double identity disorder. The first minute he usually opened his mouth in front of her, he would be eating dirt the next. Now she had been fawning over Dasha-chan. I guess this thing is a chick magnet. Hey wait, what am I thinking? Breaking off from his musings, along with his tenant giving a perverted giggle, he said unto his teammate, Yes, Sakura-chan. You can hold him, and his name is Dasaburi. Please don't squeeze him too hard. He handed over his vulpine pet to his brightly beaming crush. When she looked over to her pointy-eared teammate, something felt a bit off. Naruto, you've grown. And you've changed, Dobe. Sasuke broke into the conversation. The blue-eyed wonder looked at his brooding teammate. The cool-headed BSer really was too predictable, which was the natural flaw of a genius. Spill it, and tell me why you look different. Kakashi was the one to save his blonde charge from the barrage of questions that were about to be asked. A few days ago, when you and Naruto were fighting on the bridge, Naruto awakened his bloodline, and there are still a few unanswered abilities that need to be looked over. His awakening had a few side effects. As you can tell, his height is right on par with his team, and his facial features look a bit like a cat. The tenant in the elf-eared genin's mindscape growled at being categorized to be an inferior feline, but he had to go along with the subterfuge so his host would not have to endure the strangely uncomfortable queries coming from his other teammates, especially the brooding Uchiha that was on his quest for infinite power. QB made a mental note to watch out for that kid. He could go postal any day, just like that Madara character. Well, who knew that the Dobe had a Kekii Genkai? Sasuke asked in his prideful demeanor and shrugged his shoulders. Whatever, but still, the Dobe will always remain the dead last. To Naruto's surprise, along with a mental sigh of relief, the Uchiha genius, the Shinjinoyu of the graduated genin, actually bought the cover story. He beamed inwardly, and he was proud of the fact that he outfoxed the supposed prodigy of the 9 rookies. But, of course, Naruto thought grimly, he would still hound me down if I were to start training non-stop and learn new jutsu. I'll worry about that later. The blonde reveled in the moment of fooling a genius, especially Sasuke team, but he did not want to express it outwardly, since that would blow his cleverly made ruse. Furthermore, Kakashi concluded, Sakura, check on Haku to see how he's doing, okay? With a nod, she was about to run off with Dasaburi in her arms when a blonde flash appeared before her eyes. Wait, Sakura, Naruto whispered to her with a serious edge to his intonation. Taken aback by the sudden sense of gravity, he continued, Follow me, but leave Dasha-chan downstairs. She complied and knelt down to allow Dasha-chan to run around on the floor. The blonde and the pink-haired girl dashed upstairs. The ochre-hued fox ran over to Kakashi and the brooding Uchiha and paused. He blinked and tilted his head to the side while looking at the two humans with his curious, gray eyes. Sasuke looked down at the furry runt and asked, Kakashi, Why is this thing looking at us? Sasuke's normally narrowed eyes widened a bit when he heard a voice coming from the tawny vulpine. I'm hungry, Kakashi-sensei. When's L lunch? To those around that heard the tawny fox speak, save for the copy ninja, they looked wide-eyed at the furball in surprise. The Uchiha survivor turned to his teacher and calmly asked, Are you sure that fox isn't a summoned animal? With a steady and firm no from the copy ninja, Sasuke eyed the critter with mild interest. The dobe has a lot of explaining to do. With Naruto leading the way to one of the bedrooms, Sakura was wondering how come Naruto had become so serious. He paused in front of the door where he had stayed for the past several days. He turned to his green-eyed teammate and gave her his insight. Due to my Kekkei Genkai, I have acquired enhanced senses, including smell. He opened the door and saw the still unconscious Haku. Pointing at the effeminate Foinen in the bed, he continued. Something is off about him. He claims to be a boy, but his scent tells me otherwise. I'm not sure, but can you check it out for me? Let me know what you find out, okay? She nodded as he walked down the hallway to the stairwell. Hearing Sasuke say, Explain to me about this talking fox, dobe, her eyes widened slightly and closed the door. Her thoughts were somehow fixed onto her blonde enigma of a teammate. Sure, he was a goofy, awkward, and clumsy idiot, but during this mission he seemed to have matured slightly, as well as an added bonus of a growth spurt thanks to his bloodline ability. Alongside of the fact that the blonde-haired puzzle could have hearing, sight, and smell similar to those of an Inuzuka clan member, he had a foxhound, a canine just like Kiba, their former classmate, but could speak on its own. She would have to ask him about that later. That or try to pry the information that Sasuke-kun had gotten from the knucklehead mystery that was Uzumaki Naruto. Knowing the blonde's secretive demeanor, Sasuke-kun would be trying to pry the data from Naruto like drawing water from a stone. It just was not going to happen. Her thoughts had then turned to the effeminate figure in the bed. The green-eyed bookworm went to work by analyzing Haku's vitals. They read normal from resting pulse rate to heartbeat rate. It was time for the Foinen to have his body checked for anything broken. When Sakura was feeling for any broken ribs, her hands paused on a soft lump on Haku's right side underneath bandages that had not been placed by any of her teammates. Fearing that it may be abnormal swelling of the lungs, she carefully lifted up the estranged figure and began to undo the bandages around the chest region. Luckily, there had been no swelling, but to the former Ninja Academy whiz kid's surprise, 2 round, fleshy orbs expanded from the chest of the unconscious shinobi. Meanwhile, Tazuna was out on the bridge, checking on the last-minute fixings, and Tsunami and her son were out on the pier, watching some of the boats sailing by. Sea cottage, downstairs. Well, he learned how to speak before I even met him, team, said the blonde mystery for the umpteenth time in the last few minutes. That's bullshit, dobe, and you know it, retorted the Uchiha genius. Animals of the wild do not know how to speak, let alone speak human. Well, it looks like that you don't know everything that the world contains, and, Sasuke team, rebutted the elf-eared genin. Sasuke was about to waylay into the numbskull that was his teammate but was interrupted by the arrival of his pink-haired fangirl, teammate. Naruto, Sakura started, grabbing the elf-eared genin's attention. You were right about your instincts. Haku is in fact a girl. Her BRSs rebounded. She cringed at the mental pain of having one of the female's most sensitive organs held together by tightly woven wrappings. Say what? Naruto yelled. I knew something didn't add up, but how come she was trying to say that she was a boy from the start? Asking no one in particular, his raven-haired rival spoke up from hearing the news. To hell if I know, Sasuke deadpanned. Suddenly, he heard the elf-eared loser snicker under his breath. What is it now, dobe? Ha, Naruto laughed. He wiped a tear from his cerulean orbs with slit pupils. You had your butt handed to you by a girl. Both Naruto and Sasuke paused from their conversation when they felt a huge spike of murderous intent emanating from behind them. They turned to look at a raging Sakura with fire in her eyes and muscles tensed. She appeared a bit bigger, anime style, with her upper body blown up to gargantuan proportions. Naruto? Sakura asked between animalistic growls and snarls. Not wanting to add fuel to the fire, he already knew when and when not to push the buttons of his pink-haired, dual-persona crush. He calmly stated, "Nothing, Sakura. I meant nothing by it." This brought down the key to a comfortable level. However, Sakura still bopped him on the side of the head, leaving a rather large lump. "Well," Sasuke started. "How did you beat her?" The question brought Naruto's musing to a grinding halt, and sweat started to pool beneath his face and threatened to fall. Immediately remembering the faux story, he answered, "That was when my bloodline kicked in." He calmed down and continued, "I had my chakra coils refilled and my speed and stamina peaked. She tried to run away, but I caught her by the arm and gave her one swift punch to the face, knocking her out cold. Then the power retreated and I felt exhausted. I carried both you and Haku over to Sakura-chan, where I collapsed from fatigue." The raven-haired teenager slightly widened his eyes. There was absolutely no way for a ninja at Genin, at that, to refill his or her chakra coils in a last-ditch effort, save for the 8 inner gates, which had just been crackpot theory that he had read in a local magazine. He mused to himself that he could take that power from the dobe and use it to defeat his brother, Itachi. "Teach me then." He swallowed his pride before he had even asked the question. "Sorry, Sasuke, but no can do," Naruto said, deflating the black-eyed Uchiha's hope in one fell swoop. "It's a Kekkei Genkai, and it can never be taught or copied." He placed emphasis on the last word, seeing that the Uchiha, to him, were a bunch of copycat ninja with crazy-colored eyes that could read people's movements. However, he had slight respect to the former Konoha police corps, who helped him out with being harassed by some of the villagers before they were wiped out. "Well," Sakura interrupted, "her vitals read out fine, but she still has a slight concussion from the blow to her head. I think that it's about time that we should wake her up. Kakashi-sensei," she turned toward her Jounin-sensei, who was nose-deep in his book, on the couch, with Dasaburi nestled on the green-patterned rug beneath his feet. "Do you, by any chance, have any smelling salts that I can use to wake up Haku?" Without looking up, Sharingan Kakashi lazily pointed over to his backpack. "There in the third pocket, near the straps, Sakura." She walked over and rummaged through the copy ninja's personal things to find a scroll. She opened it slightly and rubbed her fingers on a bit of the ink, which caused the awakening aids to pop out of the scroll with a puff of smoke. "Well, before you wake her up," Kakashi said, standing up, carefully avoiding the sleeping Dasaburi on the green rug, who was full from the scraps given to him a while earlier. "I suggest that we all go in, just in case she does decide to attack in defense." In a single-file line, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto walked up the stairs and into the room of the soon-to-be-awakened Nuke-nin. Smelling a pungent aroma that was wafting in front of her nostrils, Haku's face winced slightly as her face moved away from the horrible stench. She sensed several chakra signatures and fluttered open her eyes. Her brown eyes met with 1 hazel, 2 emerald, 2 black and 2 crystal blue ones with slit pupils. Her sleepy eyes shot open in fear and she cowered back to the head of the bedpost. To the Foinin, it felt reminiscent from the time that her father and his mob had cornered her and eyed her with disdain before she inadvertently activated her bloodline ability to defend herself from certain demise. Fortunately, the deadened, heavy silence was pierced through like a knife through thick fabric, but the words emanated from the raven-haired warrior were as cold as the ice mirrors that she could form. "All right, thick woman. Have they discovered my secret?" Haku frantically thought. She was defensively nervous when she said, I told you already, I'm a boy." Looking on in mild wonder at the young kunoichi, Sakura lightened the atmosphere when she calmly asked, "Then how come your chest was bounded, Hakusen? We know that you're a girl, so there's no point in hiding it." She gave the confused ninja a sincere smile. Sakura wished that she could soar to that great a length to be strong. Haku, on the other hand, had her mouth slightly agape, flabbergasted that her secret was revealed. Now she felt even more weak and pitiful and feared for what they were about to do to her. She felt helpless and unable to protect herself. "Unfortunately, Haku-san," Kakashi said with his book placed at his side with his finger as a placeholder, "Zabuza is dead, and we were wondering what we should do with you, whether to have you sent back to your home in Kiri or—" "Wait!" The Jounin and the others in the room looked to see that the elf-eared genin spoke up. Please, let me talk with her one-on-one, in privacy, alone. Look at her, she's flat-out terrified from seeing the four of us loom over her like that. If you were in her position, then wouldn't you feel the same way? The scarecrow copy ninja, the green-eyed bookworm and the raven-haired Uchiha thought for a moment. They could not help feeling as if the hyperactive knucklehead was right. Each one gave a swift nod, and before filing out to go downstairs to the living room, Naruto called to Kakashi-sensei, "Hey sensei, could you?" "I'm on it, Naruto." Looking at his two confused charges, he ordered them to meet him downstairs. They unwillingly complied, wondering what was it that they were about to say. Flashing through a few hand seals, the copy ninja called out, "Musei Shihiki no Jutsu." The room was filled with noiseless silence as Kakashi left the room and shut the door, leaving the elf-eared Whisker Marks and the ice-wielding Kunoichi to discuss amongst themselves. The silence was a bit uncomfortable as Haku slightly squirmed under the slit pupils of the standing fox boy before he asked, "Why do you hide what you truly are, Haku?" Silence. The dark-haired young lady looked down at the white sheets and her hands clung onto them. "Answer me, Haku. Why did you hide your true identity?" His voice, albeit slightly deeper, was smooth and soft as silk, which was very soothing to the black-haired ice user. Silence consumed the bedroom. Tears threatened to fall from her rich brown eyes as her icy wall began to crack. "Look at me, Haku." His voice was nothing more than a relaxing whisper. "Why do you hide from the world? Hide from yourself? Why do you lie to yourself?" Water droplets pooled onto the sheets. Haku's tears lined her cream-colored cheeks as she looked up at the eyes of the maelstrom. It was then that her cold wall of emotionless being shattered from the torrent of questions, repeated and reformed, from the elf-eared fox boy. "It's because I'm weak and pathetic. If I thought to myself that I was a boy, then I would become strong. I also did it to hide who I truly had been. You see, I was hated for what was in my blood when I grew up." Naruto was taken slightly aback by her response and sat beside her, with his blue orbs looking on with intense interest. "She's just like me." With tears in her eyes, Haku continued, "I was born to a farming couple in a village not too far from here. I was raised with love and care for the first 8 years of my life, until that day." More of the saline fluid from her tear ducts emerged and cascaded down her face, forming a new trail. She lowered her head, with her dark tresses obscuring her face from the blonde's view, as she continued. "I was playing in the snow with my mother watching over me. With innocent curiosity, I played with a puddle of melted snow. I was able to pick up and contort the water at will. My mother, who was looking onward, scolded me to never do that again and slapped me on the cheek with brute force. It was not until later that I had found out that, before I was born, there was a civil war that had erupted within the land of water. It had been some of the villagers against those who possessed a Kekii Genkai, people like me." Naruto placed a hand on her back and rubbed it in a vain attempt to squelch her running tears that continued to pool on the white bed sheet. "Before I was brought into this world, the infighting was quelled, but there were still unspoken tensions between normal and bloodline. Those who possessed the hidden trait blended in with the crowd, never to use their inherited power again." She looked up at the ceiling with nostalgia etched onto her face. "That time, 6 years ago, my father found out that my mother carried the bloodline trait that I possessed. He, along with a group of villagers that mobbed together, killed my mother in cold blood, just due to the fact of what she carried within her blood." She paused to wipe her eyes and continued with a look of subtle hatred directed at no one. "Then, he tried to come for me and cornered me in a wooden shed. They tried to kill me, but my Kekii Genkai unconsciously activated and slit the throats of everyone that had banded together to kill me, with my father included." Her cold, indifferent face returned as she turned to the Whisker Marks. "After that incident, I wandered around, scrounging for a meager existence. I kept my true gender a secret, because I wouldn't have known what would have happened to me while in Water Country streets." Naruto had then grimaced. He had a vague notion, but did not know exactly to what she referred. "I was down on my luck until I met Zabuza-san on a cold winter's day. It was then that I found my true purpose, to serve as a tool for one's own bidding. From a hidden pocket in her battle kimono, she pulled out a sunban needle and shoved it into the blonde's available hand. I have outlived my usefulness, for my wielder is no more, and I want you to kill me, Naruto-kun. I am not worthy to live anymore. He paused, rubbing her back, and looked at the sharp weapon that was moved into the palm of his hand. It gleamed, desiring to end someone's life then and there. He looked away from Haku and at the curtained window. Even though Haku did not see it, he lightly shook his head and calmly said, "I refuse, I won't do it, I can't do it." Suddenly, he felt the metal fiber gone from his hand and looked to see Haku place the sunban away from her. Heart with her eyes shut. His eyes widened tremendously when, in a slow motion, the sunban was on its way to make contact with her chest cavity. However, the movement was faster than the normal eye can track. Haku felt in heavenly bliss as the sunban was about to end her life, but she felt a firm hand grip her two hands that prolonged her attempted suicide. Her brown eyes opened and transfixed onto blonde locks in confusion and disbelief. "I won't let you take your own life either," the elf-eared genin resolutely spoke, with his head down while holding both of her hands with a set of his own. "You and I are a lot alike." His voice wavered a bit. The golden-haired boy was debating whether or not she would take such a highly kept secret of his village. It was kind of strange for the fox boy to trust a complete stranger who understands him more so than his teammates could ever try. "She needs to hear this, otherwise, I won't be able to convince her. Forgive me, Fox, for having another one to bear my burden." "Go ahead and tell her, Naruto," the king of demons said within the fox boy's mind. "She needs to hear this, and maybe that ought to knock some sense into the poor child." "We both suffer from what we carry, Haku," Naruto continued as he looked into her confused, rich brown eyes. "Remember what you felt before I knocked you out?" With a shocking nod, he pressed onward. "Well, you see, unbeknownst to me, for the first 12 years of my life, I was hated for just being born. Some of the commoners in my village looked at me with hate-filled looks, like I was the local neighborhood pariah." He paused as he expressed a saddened smile. "It was not until a while before I came here that I had found out from a traitor to the village that I was a demon. As I recollect on it, it made perfect sense, from the disgusted looks to the cold gazes of apathy. But on the other hand, it didn't make much sense, since the villagers see me as a reminder of the past, which was the demons sealed inside of me. That was something far beyond my control. I'm doing my home a favor by the yandame to hold back the demon from unleashing mere anarchy upon the village. And when I met my team, sure, we didn't get along at first, but we managed to look past our differences, and they accepted me. Unfortunately, they know nothing of the beast locked away in a seal engraved around my stomach, and I hope that remains that way, for now. In fact, none of the children of my age group know. They were told that the Kyuubi died by the hands of the Yandame Hokage. The attitudes from the adults from the Kyuubi attack, however, seeped into some of the kids in my generation, and they shun me as equally, if not worse than the adults." Haku's eyes threatened to bulge out in awe and disbelief. She had only thought that the Bijou were beasts of legend, but now, at this very moment, she was talking with a Jinchuriki, a demon container, a power of human sacrifice, a martyr for the sake of the security of their hidden village, and somehow he managed to keep sane this entire time. His eyes watered a bit before he finished up. "It was by chance that you are still alive. I'm glad that you are, for we both don't have to suffer anymore. You and I are the same, and we can still be friends, even though you and I have fought with clashing beliefs." He smiled a bit before adding, "And just because you're a girl doesn't mean that you're weak. I mean, come on, you practically held off both Sasuke and me at the same time, and gave us a solid butt whooping at that." He paused and stroked his chin. "Well, maybe Sasuke, but you gave me a run for my money anyway." Haku giggled from his odd sense of humor as he chuckled as well. "That should already measure your capability as a kunoichi, Hakuchin." Naruto gave her a warm, genuine smile. Haku looked into the eyes of the blue-eyed Jinchuriki with shock and a bit of embarrassment. Never has anyone, aside from her late parents, given her an affectionate honorific of familiarity. An indiscernible shade of pink coloring lined her cheeks. On instinct, she did the unthinkable. She unashamedly gave the fox boy a warm hug, with a few new tears of joy and understanding that fell from her closed eyes. Feeling her soft orbs on his chest, Naruto blushed a bit, returned the hug immediately and mentally kicked himself from the perverted thoughts that were creeping into his mind. A minute, where the hell did that come from? The thoughts of the blonde did not go by unnoticed by the spirit fox. With his photographic memory, he recorded said images and stashed them away for safekeeping. Consider it blackmail, kid, if you try anything to PSS me off. He chuckled to himself. Hinhinin. That or I should play matchmaker, seeing that the pink-haired banshee won't treat him properly, or give him the time of day. He displayed his foxy grin as he began to clean his fur. I'm sure that Konoha will accept you in open arms, like I did, but finding you a place will be kind of a problem, said the blue-eyed wonder, breaking the hug as he held onto her soft arms. That is, if you are willing to come along with us. It won't hurt to have our party grow by one more. One more? She asked with a raised eyebrow, wiping away some tears. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei and I saw a stray fox cub on board Gada's impounded ship and I gave chase to him. He bumped into me, became familiar with one another and I called him Dasaburi. And with Kyubi-sama's help, he can now speak like a human. That elicited a peculiar look from Haku to Naruto, almost as if he grew another head on his shoulder. Well, that's beside the point. We need to get you something to eat, since you've been out for many days. As if on cue, Haku's belly lurched in ravenous hunger. Both had looked down at the gurgling stomach as her blush deepened from pink to an instantaneous dark crimson. Naruto, on the other hand, laughed, and almost immediately, his stomach did the same thing. The tide turned. The ice mistress was now laughing while the elf-eared genin held down his head in embarrassment, with a blush lining his cheeks. He rebounded and gave a foxy grin. Come on, Haku-chan, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Standing up, Naruto offered his hand to the ice princess as she took it and stood up. Since she felt a bit weak in the knees, Naruto aided as her crutch to walk down the stairs to his awaiting teammates, wondering what was the pointy-eared enigma doing alone with a girl in the bedroom. Their thoughts were going wild and unimaginable. Kakashi perversely chuckled to himself while reading his book of smut. He may be growing up a bit too fast. Sakura was stricken with horror. He wouldn't take advantage of a girl, well, would he? Demented. Why won't Sasuke-kun do that with me? Shinaro. Inner Sakura screeched. Sasuke maintained his indifferent facial expression, but was jealously fuming on the inside. I want details, Dobe. As the dark-haired young lady and blonde-haired genin descended down the stairs to the living room, Naruto asked his new friend with a hint of worry in his voice, How are you feeling, Haku-chan? Do you think that you can stand on your own again? The senbon-wielding ice mistress smiled at the blonde Jinchuriki while gripping his left shoulder with her left arm and rested her head against his right one. She replied, Yes, I will be okay in due time, Naruto-kun. My legs are still kind of weak though. But thank you for your concern, and thanks to you, I feel great. In fact, I feel even better than before. She closed her eyes and giggled girlishly. He smiled inwardly as they slowly went down the stairsteps while he held onto the right side of her hip. To the rest of his team that was listening and watching, they could have sworn that they were a couple. Seeing the peculiar looks, Naruto started, Hey guys, but was soon stopped dead in his tracks. Spill it though. I want details. Sasuke interrupted and went in for the kill. His peculiar eyes glared at the blonde-headed enigma. He felt as if his masculine pride was being shot by the blonde dope. Not only did he have a replenishment bloodline, but he also had a kunoichi by his side that did not scream like a fangirl. Uchiha Sasuke would never be upstaged by anyone, especially the dead last. How is it that I get the noisy ones? With a defeated and quizzical look, the elf-eared Whiskermarks responded, What? What did you two do up there? The raven-haired Uchiha asked impatiently, pointing past them. He wanted to know as to how the blonde idiot accomplished such a feat. He was hell-bent on knowing what happened upstairs for the past hour. The Whiskermarks narrowed his cerulean eyes at the dark-haired Avenger, feeling as if he was being reeled into the uncomfortable territory of innuendo. That's none of your business, Sasuke. It pertained to personal matters. Is it now? Sasuke cracked his knuckles and was about to move forward, only to be stopped by the pink-headed fangirl, teammate. Holding her hand to halt the Uchiha force, Sakura spoke up. Listen, she poked her fingers together, which was oddly reminiscent to a certain indigo-haired Hyuga heiress. You two, didn't do anything up there in the bedroom, right? She felt very awkward as to pry into the subject of relations between members of the opposite section. Inner Sakura, however, had a different opinion, for she was giving out catcalls while swearing as bad as a certain foul-mouthed, red-haired kunoichi of Odogekure. Finally catching on, both Haku and Naruto's faces took on the hue of a ripened red apple. In furious defense, the elf-eared genin roared, while holding up a clenched fist and a cartoon vein that lined the side of his temple. Nothing happened. What the hell do you think I am? Some kind of womanizing pervert? Yes, flatly stated the inwardly envious dark-haired Avenger, because of that perverted Oiroke no Jutsu. I swear. Naruto fumed, with cartoon smoke whistling out of his ears. Nothing happened between us. We just talked for a while before we decided to come down and get something to eat, since we're hungry. That's all. Could have been eating something else. Sasuke sourly thought. Well, what did you talk about? Another question was fired away by the meddlesome Uchiha. To Haku's comforting look, Naruto eased a bit from his rising temper. Like I said, Sasuke, we were discussing very important matters that do not pertain to a kid with the hairstyle of a duck's butt. Kakashi, hearing what his elf-eared charge had said, instinctually glanced behind Sasuke's head and smirked lightly on account of Naruto's clever comeback. Sasuke's face was not shaded in red, however, he narrowed his eyes and his voice had taken on an undertone of subtle anger. Watch what you say, Dobe, or you may just be pushing daisies in the next minute. All right, that's enough. The copy ninja impeded the rising conflict between the two preteens. Ano, Haku spoke up. If you wouldn't mind, Kakashi-san, I would be honored to travel back to Konoha with you. Please forgive me for my past transgressions. She removed herself from the blonde's hold and curtly bowed before Sharingan Kakashi. Well, I'm not sure if that is at all possible. Kakashi mumbled for a minute, but then remembered what he had said on the bridge. Since you have a Kekkei Genkai Haku-san, you stand as a bargaining chip between Kiri and Konoha. However, since you have a powerful bloodline limit, Konoha will be glad to hold on to you, unfortunately by the laws of the clan heads, those that are the last of their bloodlines. He rubbed the back of his head and gave his patented ice smile. They have to be labeled as breeding material. The scarecrow Jounin incoherently rushed out the last words. Come again, Kakashi-san? Haku didn't catch the words as the Jounin trailed off, but Naruto filled in the cracks for her. He said that since you are the last carrier of a beneficial bloodline limit, you can either be sold back to Kiri for ransom and do whatever they want with you or be taken back to Konoha and act as breeding fodder. The elf-eared whisker marks shuddered at having to see the poor young lady subject to being used like a tool again. Haku was stunned with eyes slightly widened as she nervously gulped. Naruto continued. But luckily, I have ties with Sandaime Jizan, so I can try to pull some strings so that doesn't happen, at least, not while I'm around, and that's a promise. He gave her an honest smile to put the ice-using kunoichi at ease. Now that the matter at hand is out of the way, Kakashi remarked. We need to start packing our things, since we head out first thing in the morning. It's only 5 o'clock, so you have ample time to check for broken gear and the like. Naruto, we have matters to discuss. Sasuke, continue with your training. The raven-haired genius snorted in compliance and walked out the door to go to the forest. Sakura, would you mind helping Tsunami-san prepare for supper? The green-eyed bookworm scowled at the task, but nodded accordingly and trudged off. We'll have you watch over Sasuke's training and help him out when necessary, that is, if he ever wants any. The brown-eyed girl curtly bowed again. Now, there's no need for formalities, little lady. The ice user looked up and nodded. She continued out the door, leaving the scarecrow Jounin and the fox boy at the base of the stairs. As for the two of us, we'll be looking at the scrolls, and we'll cross-check them when we're on the boat going home. Yoshi, now it's time to look at those scrolls. He grinned in delight before Kakashi interrupted his musings by putting a hand on his shoulder. "Don't be so hasty, Naruto," the one-eyed scarecrow said. "I will warn you ahead of time that some scrolls can be designed as booby traps. You may open one in the first moment and wind up dead the next, or worse." Kakashi gave a dark, ghoul-eyed look at Naruto which made him cringe in distress. "You may have your soul extracted by a genjutsu?" "Hi, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto managed to mutter with bulging eyes. "Man, that look is creepy. I wonder if any member of the ANBU knows that as well." Hidden Leaf Forest, undisclosed location. Just as a tiger-masked ANBU agent, who was on active surveillance duty, finished constructing a small wooden cottage from using his wood element chakra to camp for the night in the woods, a tickle hit his nose, which caused him to promptly sneeze. Unfortunately, nasal material lined the nose region on the inside of the mask. Now he had to clean his mask for the third time this week. Not again. "See cottage, upstairs." "Okay, Dasha-chan," the fox boy grinned. "Now, it's time to put our noses to good use, and to see if we can smell a trap in this set of scrolls." "Okay," replied the dust-colored fox. Pawing at one of the scrolls laying next to him, he gave his nose a small workout. Luckily, he could not sense anything misleading with regards to the scroll. "Ditch this scroll checks out fine, Naruto." The elf-eared whisker marks picked up and used his sense of smell to detect anything wrong as well. Noticing the hidden grass symbol on the parchment, he paused. "I thought that these scrolls came from Shio. Why are there scrolls from far and wide?" To their fortune, the scroll checked out fine. Rubbing at the seal with a bit of friction, the piece of parchment popped open. The first few words of the scroll caught his wayward eyes. "Haruno clan Mori no Megan, by the Kusagakur no Shirtan Toj, Haruno Asami." "Well, what did you know?" he asked to himself. "It looks like that Sakura-chan has family in Kusa, and the scroll looks as if it was freshly done not too long ago, maybe stemming back to about 15 years or so prior." As he rolled down the scroll, he came across two sealing circles below the name, alongside one another. Around the intricate conjurings, there appeared to be two shadow images within each one. The dark image on the left looked like a miniature shuriken, whereas the image on the right side looked similar to a Fuma shuriken but had no grip in the middle. He looked down at the katakana for boomerang underneath the image. Just exactly what the hell kind of weapon is a boomerang? He mentally noted, but was lucky enough to have the answer in the back of his head from his trickster tenant. A boomerang is a projectile that is thrown to travel long distances to harmlessly knock out prey. I've seen the Shodai Hokage use such a tool that he created out of wood by himself. I was impressed by the aerodynamics of such a simple hunting implement. The weird thing about it, however, is that when thrown, it comes back to whoever had thrown it. Thanks for the insight, Kyubi-sama. He continued to scroll down the elongated parchment and noticed a particular theme with the array of genjutsu theory inscribed on it. These are all flower-based genjutsu? He was thoroughly amused. And since Sakura-chan has a knack for genjutsu, she would enjoy this. He stashed the scroll to the side and examined another one. He pulled, once again, a Haruno scroll, but this time, it had the hidden mist insignia sealed at the opening. With a minor amount of friction, the manuscript opened itself. "Now, let's see the differences." He stopped dead in his tracks of vision and thought. Warning, the scroll's text started. This Haruno Hijitsu scroll contains high-level techniques for those of the Neikyoku Kekkai Genkai. Indications of said Kekkai Genkai include a split personality of the mind and irregular emotional tendencies. What the? Naruto was now somewhat flabbergasted. Sakura-chan has a Kekkai Genkai? Well, I guess that explains why her personality does a 180 most of the time. To think that it was mood swings. He lightly chuckled to himself before he looked at the progenitor of the Kiri Haruno clan Hijitsu scroll. Haruno Uemi, Kirigakure no Ken no Kisaki. That nickname sounds like that the woman was a reckoned force amongst those of Kiri. He put the scroll on his right side where the Kusa scroll had been placed. While in his rummaging escapades, Dasaburi discovered a basic futon ninjutsu scroll. Naruto? I found a futon scroll that WEC can use. Great. Thanks, Dasha-chan, Naruto remarked as his pet placed the scroll next to the other two Haruno clan scrolls. Soon afterward, the fox boy placed a beginner's Sui-tun ninjutsu scroll right next to the others. He paused when an explosion was heard. Thinking that it wasn't anything out of the usual, say, dynamite at the bridge, he continued to rummage through the new material. See cottage, upstairs, next door. Copy ninja Kakashi and his head Nin-ken, Pakken, fumbled through his set of scrolls. As the fates would have it, he was stuck with the vast majority of the Bubei-trapped scrolls, which caused Pakken to puff away back to the summoned animal realm. A watershed of luck occurred when the Cyclopean Jounin stumbled upon the Sakubo clan ninja scrolls. The elite Jounin hit pay dirt as he also found scrolls containing some useful, high-grade Katon and Raitun ninjutsu. I guess that I can hold on to these for the time being, and then I'll teach them to Sasuke. His elemental alignment is obviously fire, since he stems from the Uchiha clan. I can teach him some lightning-based techniques to shock those that have the water affinities and run a current through those pesky earth aficionados. Elite Jounin of the Hidden Leaf, Hatake Kakashi, had an insurmountable amount of hatred and disdain toward ninja of Iwagakure. It was they who had killed his former teammate, Uchiha Obito, during the Third Great Ninja War. However, he concluded that there was nothing gained from taking revenge on actions that existed in the past, but he still held that grudge. And the same feeling had been etched in the thoughts of the Konoha shinobi as well, since IWA and Konoha have been, and always will be, on shaky ground and rocky terms. Anyway, Kakashi's mind wandered on another topic at hand. I haven't heard any explosions at all from next door. I wonder if he stumbled upon a jackpot of sorts. The blonde-haired genin had most of the scrolls that he had glanced over packed into an empty scroll at his disposal. As if he were blessed and kissed by Lady Luck, they consisted of Doton, Suitun and Futon class ninjutsu, and he couldn't wait to understand the theory behind it, even though that it would be a grueling task. But still, Uzumaki Naruto had been one that will forever endure through hard work and dedication, accepting any challenges and conquer them, no matter how impossible they were. To him, there was not anything possible if you could set your mind to it. He also wanted to learn the techniques so he could protect his precious people or those that come to harm. That was his new Nindo, his new ninja way. And he was going to stick by it to the very end, with Demon Fox and Vulpine companion in tow. Hearing a couple of explosions from next door, Kakashi-sensei's luck may be a bit sour, Naruto thought. He packed away most of the scrolls, bar two, in which one seemed to exude a strange force from within it. His slit eyes slightly widened when he noticed the spiral-shaped insignia that was identical to the emblem on his former Kill Me Orange jumpsuit. He reached over and tried to rub the scroll with friction, but it would not give way. He tried many times, but it was not opening. Damn it, what am I doing wrong? Sometimes, Kit, QB announced within his mind, noticing the kit's frustration. Some seals require a sacrifice of blood in order for them to be opened. Some blood seals, unfortunately, react to a family or clan member's blood. Try that. Mentally kicking himself for failing to realize it earlier, the blue-eyed wonder bit down on his thumb and rubbed his blood from the open wound onto the scroll. Immediately, the barrier around the parchment became undone and the piece of paper unraveled. The faded text indicated that it was very old. As he was glancing, he noticed that some of the characters were faded at the top and at the bottom, but his eyes were noticing the last name, Uzumaki, appear many different times. Along with the names, there were lines of ink that ran in between some names and branched off others. Much to the blonde's dismay, he could not see the newer names, for they were somehow washed out in transit. Wait a minute, this is a genealogy scroll of the Uzumaki clan. My family tree. It was very detailed, albeit faded in some portions. While he was glancing at the names, he came to a smudged set of characters near the top of the scroll. Snipu, Senju? What on earth is Senju? His eyebrows arched up in befuddlement. Dasaburi was wondering about the puzzled look on his companion's face. He tilted his head in a cute, vulpine manner. Ayano, Naruto? What's the matter? Huh? He clicked out of his reverie as he looked at his fuzzy cloudburst and answered, Oh, everything's fine. I'm just trying to figure out something, that's all. Oh. Dasaburi's tail swished as he turned and walked over to a corner, which had been very inviting to him. Tucking in the corner, the little ochre-hued fox cub drifted into dreamland. That's all he does, just eats and sleeps, but he does bring good company, Naruto mused to himself, chortling a bit. He put away the genealogy scroll and picked up a convenient, ragtag scroll for foxes and other canines. How the hell did this unnamed scroll get in here? Oh well. He opened the scroll and looked at a few Ninken-based ninjutsu. This is designed to use the techniques without hands. Dasha-chan, you are going to be one lucky fox. Naruto looked at the first supplementary Ninken Hijutsu. Ninken no Hijutsu, Tamasenku. Wooded area. I must get stronger. I must defeat my brother. I will not succumb to death until I face him. Sasuke mentally chanted those words, along with a few variations, while he was kicking a tree stump that was turned into a taijutsu practice post. He executed a couple of shaky roundhouse kicks and a few perfect punches. He groaned inwardly. This is not how it's supposed to be. I will be the best. His macho attitude continued to plague his now sloppy punches and wimpy kicks. If he had been aware of the situation, he would know that he was tiring out, but his mind tricked him to think differently. Finally, the physical fatigue registered into his brain as he unceremoniously fell on his backside, panting heavily. Haku looked onward and wondered how the dark-haired warrior could push himself to those extremes for the past 2 hours, non-stop, without any of her input from what he aptly termed the peanut gallery. She sighed and felt sympathy for the Uchiha Avenger. I think that he has reached an impasse in his training methods. If he wasn't so prideful, then maybe he could get stronger by learning from others. She quietly left to gather some nearby herbs to create some more medicine for the ninja squad. See cottage kitchen. I think that the soup is just about ready, don't you think so, Sakura? The midnight blue-haired woman asked unto her pink-haired helper. Taste-testing the small bowl of experimental broth, her taste buds soared into heaven and she beamed with joy. This tastes great. Tsunami smiled at her little apprentice chef. And I couldn't have done it without you, Sakura. She then gave her a wink. Thank you, Tsunami-san, remarked the pink-haired Kunoichi with a cheerful smile. All right, I kick butt in cooking. I wish Sasuke-kun would compliment me on it, Shinaro. Inner Sakura yelled within the pink-haired Kunoichi's mindscape. Sea cottage, dining room, 8 p.m. It was now dinner time and the entire crew sat at the table in front of a full buffet of assorted cuisine, from rice ball to miso soup. Itadakimasu was chorused by all who had seated. Sasuke and Naruto raced to see who finished their meal in the quickest time again. Luckily, the blonde wonder held down his food while the proud Uchiha dashed to the bathroom to regurgitate. Unofficially, Naruto won and decided to not rub it in the team's face. Naruto was a bottomless pit when it came to food. Sasuke had his limits, just like his pre-dinner taijutsu. Practice. The little foxhound pitter-pattered down the stairs, following his nose to the food. His gray eyes were transfixed onto a rice ball and a piece of cod on Sakura's plate as his ears stood on end. He dashed down the stairs in a furry blur and ran up to Sakura, giving her a trademark, puppy look. Around the table, Inari, Tsunami, Tazuna, Sasuke, Naruto and Kakashi paused from their meals and looked at what was about to happen. Haku noticed the sudden pause and looked as well. Save for Haku, they all thought at the same time, wait for it. Hey, Dasha-chan. Where did you come from? Sakura asked. She was oddly skeptical about Sasuke hearing a talking fox. Sure, he was a cute little critter, but the odds of a natural animal talking were close to nil in her knowledge library. She would have to rewrite some of those volumes within her mind when all reasonable logic flew out the window as Dasaburi opened his mouth, with a one-track mind for food. Are you going to eat that, Sakura? And there it is. Was the resonating thought of those that have heard the tawny-toned fox speak. Haku, however, widened her eyes to the maximum and then looked over at Naruto, who was beaming ear to ear in a foxy grin. He wasn't kidding after all. And as for Sakura, she backed away, with a look of utter shock and horror, from the earthen-hued kit to the closest wall and pointed at him. Why you can TTT talk? What the hell? Inner Sakura was just as petrified from hearing the vocal vulpine cub. Ichai, so, are you going to eat that, Sakura? He pointed a paw over to her plate of leftovers. The green-eyed bookworm paled considerably. Dasha-chan was no ordinary animal, and what Sasuke had demanded to know earlier had soon come to the pink-haired Kunoichi as well. How did he learn to speak? Ano, Naruto spoke up, giggling a bit that skeptic Sakura-chan did not know everything there is to know in the world. Take that know-it-all. I found him like that. He learned how to talk on his own. That's the lamest excuse that I've heard again, Dobe, the dark-haired Avenger muttered. Tell me the honest story. Naruto sighed in defeat. That loophole failed, so he picked Plan B, the half-truth. Okay, so thanks to my bloodline, I was able to commune with Dasha-chan. As a result, he can now speak our language, but his stuttering is a minor problem, but it will eventually go away. Are you satisfied now, team? He looked down at his plate, picked up a rice ball and tossed it to his Dasha-chan, who jumped up to obtain it within the confines of his muzzle. Aichin, replied the dark-eyed preteen, who just popped another rice ball into his gullet. He warily eyed his teammate. But something doesn't quite add up though. I have my eye on you, Naruto. Sakura was relieved but somewhat mystified by how the blonde wonder explained it. She would have to keep her watchful on him as well as she sat back down in her place at the table. I'm keeping my eyes on you, Baka. Said target of watchful eyes ignored the awkward stares by his teammates and slurped away at his miso broth, without a care to the world, almost as if nothing happened. He knew that he was on the receiving end of the glares, but the elf-eared genin cheekily grinned while polishing off his bowl. Unnamed bridge, 10 a.m. Well, it looks like this is the end, said Tazuna after the bridge opening ceremony. Thanks to you all, I was able to complete the bridge. You have my undying gratitude. He held out his hand for the one-eyed scarecrow to shake. Giving his patented eye smile, he gladly accepted the invitation to shake the hand of the bridge builder. As for my parting words for you all, Tazuna added. Sakura. The pink-haired bookworm looked up. The road for you will be tough, and I know that you will, along with your team, excel as high as the sky. Focus first on strengthening yourself before focusing on others. Sasuke? The raven-haired Uchiha looked up at the old man as well. As for you, I will say this. Never lose sight of your goal, and cherish the ones that you have in the here and now, for they may not be here later on. I know about what happened to you, kid, and I'm sorry to hear that, but you need to learn how to look past that and rely on your team, instead of trying to be the big, bad lone wolf to fight on your own. Only then will you become stronger, and true strength will shine when you have people to protect. Isn't that right, Kakashi-san? With a silent nod from the Cyclopean scarecrow, he faced the elf-eared maelstrom and his fuzzy partner and smiled. And as for you, Naruto, I expect great things from you, with Dasaburi-chan included. For those who will underestimate you on your ninja way, prove them wrong for me. Show them what it means to be a genius of hard work, okay? Asu! Naruto shouted while giving a military salute. Dasaburi, in his cute, vulpine manner, held a paw to his muzzle, which looked like a salute. I too will do my best, Tadazuna-san. He turned to the former Oinin and said, Haku, watch out for the reckless little blonde for me and make sure you keep him out of trouble, will ya? Who knows what kind of hell he could start up? She blushed, giggled and nodded. The elf-eared Hellraiser just scoffed at the old man. It's odd, Tazuna concluded as he looked out into the ocean. Not once since the second encounter with you and Zabuza did I ever take a sip of sake. I guess that I'm a bit wiser when I sober up. He chuckled at his own comment while some of the crew's sweat dropped. Well, you should get going. The ferry leaves within the hour, and I hope that you do visit again. When Squad 7 with 2 new additions walked out of view on the grandiose bridge, Tazuna broke the bittersweet silence. You know, that pointy-eared kid has a bright future ahead of him. I can already tell that he's going to be this future's guiding light of unwavering hope. For that reason, I will name this bridge in honor of him. From this day forward, this will be known as the Great Naruto Bridge. His daughter giggled. What's so funny, Tsunami-chan? I'm sorry too, San, but that's kind of a silly name, the young woman replied. His name does mean fish cake, right? No, the bridge builder retorted with a serious tone. He told me beforehand, when we were traveling here, that his name means maelstrom. Oh, well that makes sense, Tsunami realized. Along with his little cloudburst, Dasha-chan, I think that they might make a powerful duo. That's right. The two older individuals glanced down at Inari, who had fervor in his eyes. He will take the shinobi world by storm. I believe in him, and I too won't ever give up. Tsunami and Tazuna had widened eyes on the little kid. Since when did Inari show more signs of determination? Departed ship to land of fire. All right, Kit. Kyubi grabbed the attention of the blonde, who was sitting against the side of a wall with Dasha-chan in his lap. Me Mindscape now. We have important matters to discuss. Without even one bit of a warning, Naruto's mind was reeled in by the Bijou Lord. Mindscape. Naruto fell flat on his face from dropping in suddenly without a minute's notice. Getting up and rubbing his face, he turned to his now impatient tenant. Ay, what's with the rush, Kyubi-sama? Normally, you'd be beating around the bush in riddles by now. I'm here to discuss about your training regimen, boy, Kyubi answered. Now is as good a time as ever, since you're secluded in this hallway on the ship. Okay, Kyubi-sama, I'm all pointy ears, the fox boy said with a fong-toothed grin. Well, to get to the heart of the matter, began the demon lord. Since you have better chakra control, I suggest that you should learn how to walk on water. Walk on water? So that will help out with applying the right amount of chakra in small bursts and fluctuations, right? Correct, young one. Adding on to that, Dasha-chan needs to condition himself to be in prime fighting form. With the aid of my chakra in his coils, he could be able to HRNSS and control chakra in small bursts for now. Have Dasha-chan climb trees while attaching small weights onto his legs, and once the kit gets used to it, up the weight amount. He needs to be in top shape if he wants to learn those jutsu in that scroll that you have found. As for hearing about the shadow clone trick, that will greatly help out with you learning elemental chakra-based ninjutsu. However, I haven't the slightest idea as to what is your affinity. But from my observation, you look like a wind type, since you appear to be wild, unpredictable, and unruly as far as other humans go. You can be as gentle as a summer breeze, but you can be destructive like a typhoon as well. I'm so flattered by your words, Kyubi-sama, the Whisker Marks responded sarcastically. He pranced around to gauge his tenant's emotions, which got the desired effect. Riled up and growling was the beast behind the bars. It worked a little too well. The Bijou Lord decided to never again give his host another compliment. That's enough, kid. Do that again, and I'll bestow upon you something terrible in your sleep. He sneered at the befuddled Kit. What are getting at, Kyubi? A sudden flash of a NDE Haku appeared into the blonde's mind. Now it was the demon lord's turn to laugh as his host flew back by a fountain of blood that poured from his nose. It was cruel, but it was very funny to play with the Kit's emotions. The Bijou Lord made a tick mark on the inside of his jail cell. Kyubi-thun. Kitnan. That is what I was referring to, boy. For you see, foxes are lustful creatures with wants and needs. Oh no, I will never do that to Haku-chan. She's just only a friend. And besides, I'm not ready for commitment. He pouted and crossed his arms. Well, let's regress to the training, Kyubi continued. There is also a technique that you need to learn in order to be one with your inner kitsune. It is the heart of essence and the soul of being. It is a force on par with Amaterasu of the Sharingan, and it will take a long while for you to come close to mastering it. Well, what is it? He wondered. How did the Kyubi out of most of the ethereal beings take the time to create something that could counter a high-level ninjutsu from a Kekkai Genkai as a matter of fact? It is a kinjutsu compared to you humans, but you are an exception. Ever since I became contained, I theorized on how to come up with some counters to the Manjikyu Sharingan. I found one solution that only you, my host, can learn. It is my own personal Hijitsu Higi, Yukai no Inku. What it does is that it attacks the spiritual essence of a human being when conjured properly through intense meditation. The best part of it is that you can mix it in readily with your other ninjutsu that do not have an elemental affinity already mixed into it. Naruto's jaw dropped down onto the floor, with eyes wide in disbelief. This would add more variety and flexibility to his techniques, that is, if he knew of any ninjutsu for the moment. He thought to himself that his repertoire was severely lacking in more ways than one. He only had the Kagebunshin no Jutsu, along with basic academy-level techniques, Barbunshin no Jutsu, and a Kenjutsu to keep perverts at bay. Hey, Earth to Dobe, are you there? Sasuke's voice echoed from around the mindscape. Well, we'll continue this discussion later, boy. So go and pacify the Uchiha. He paused and thought for a minute. Before you go, brat, know this? What now, Kyubi-sama? There are better fish in the sea that don't scream at you or disrespect you, if you catch my drift. I'm sure that Haku-chan will do, along with that quiet, shy Hyuga girl. Now they are solid and worth your time in gold, my little kit. The sly trickster winked and grinned at his confused host before moving him back into the material realm. Ship, mid-afternoon. The fox really was a mystery to him as he slowly emerged to planet Earth, thinking about what he had told him. He would have to think it over later and berate the team from intervening with his talk with his tenant. What do you want, B? The bewhiskered kid asked with narrowed eyes at the brooding Avenger. Kakashi wanted to see you, he flatly stated and walked off. So much for a conversation holder. Naruto mused as he got up and walked to the upper deck. Ship, upper deck, portside. You called, sensei? Asked the blue-eyed wonder, with the dusty-hued fox, asleep in his arms. Indeed I did, Naruto, replied the Cyclopean Jounin as he looked out toward the choppy waves. So tell me what you found in your batch of scrolls. So far, I have found 2 Haruno clan Hijitsu and Genjutsu scrolls along with some scrolls that I would like to keep for myself, if that is fine with you, Kakashi-sensei. Well, Naruto, Kakashi lazily said. To the victor go the spoils, so you've earned them and you can do whatever you please with those scrolls. Just be sure to hand over those 2 scrolls that you've mentioned to Sakura. Yeah, about that, sensei. It turns out that Sakura could have a Kekkei. Genkai. He turned and looked wide-eyed at his elf-eared charge, surprised that he dropped the honorific from her name as well. What is it then? I'm not all too sure. It says in the scroll that indications of the bloodline limit include alternating emotional tendencies and a strong sense of will manifesting into another subconscious being, or something along the lines of that. But anyway, the other one has a set of strange-looking weapons that I have never seen before. He paused and then thought about what Hisao-san had mentioned. So, I take it that you found the Sakubo clan scrolls of summoning? It looks like Naruto is smarter than what he leads us to believe, Kakashi thought. Yes, I have found them, along with some Katon and Raiton ninjutsu. Oh, that's fine. The whisker marks peered out to look at the serene ocean. You can keep those. Frankly, after dealing with the fire daimyo's wife, I can't stand cats. And as for those styles of jutsu, I neither want to burn myself nor would I want to electrocute myself. You can go ahead and teach them to Sasuke team for all I care. He needs it more than I do, much more. Well, you seem to have matured quite a bit since the time we've come here, Naruto. The elite Jounin of Konoha pulled out his filthy novel and grinned while Naruto had an irritated look etched onto his face from seeing his sensei's overt perversion. We have about 2 months before the start of the Chunin trials, so train hard with what you've acquired. I do believe that you and your teammates will be ready, and with regards to the shadow clone trick, you may be the only one that gets the maximum benefit from it, since your chakra reserves are high Chunin, possibly mid-Jounin. That's all I have to say, Naruto, so go and rest up, because you and your team will start off hitting the ground running in training pretty soon. He disappeared in a whirl of leaves, leaving the blond boy to mutter something along the lines of, perverted sensei, show off, and wishing to learn the Konoha Shunshin no Jutsu, before he walked off to find the green-eyed bookworm that was his teammate. Tip-top-tip. Staring up at the sky, Squad 7's pink-haired whiz-kid reflected on the events that had taken place during her journey outside of the village to Wave Country. She was racked with the feeling of uncertainty from Tezuna's words when he had bid them farewell. Focus first on strengthening yourself before focusing on others. How could she strengthen herself? She had no natural ability, save for rote memorization and acing just about every exam at the Ninja Academy. She was the first out of her clan to join with the ninja academy to begin with, and her parents said nothing along the lines of whether or not their clan had any secret techniques. She thought that her other teammates had it a lot easier than she did. Sasuke-kun possessed the Sharingan, and along with that, he was a natural-born leader and genius of the former Uchiha clan. Ninjutsu would come easily for her dark-haired heartthrob, since he could easily copy it with his Jujutsu. He already mastered a Chunin-level Katan ninjutsu when he was around 6 years old. In fact, to her general knowledge, elemental manipulation training never came easy to a shinobi until gaining the rank of Chunin or higher, seeing that it required massive chakra reserves. Speaking of which, she excelled at chakra control, which had been indicative signs of a genjutsu-type ninja, but her chakra tank was like a drop in the bucket when compared to Naruto's ungodly amount. Not only were his reserves ridiculously high, but the blue-eyed wonder had possessed stamina that would make even the green beasts of Konoha crave for it, while jumping for joy, screaming at the top of their lungs about the passionate flames of youth. Along with the chakra control, she felt as if there had been a second presence within her mind, someone that would not care about how she would outwardly express her mind in colorful language. The essence of that being felt powerful beyond her measure, and she had a feeling that it would come in handy one day. Thinking again, Sakura? She turned from the sky and looked to see her whisker-marked teammate walk up, with a loyal Dasaburi by his side. Oh, it was nothing, it was just that, I feel like that I need to get stronger, for the sake of the team, and I don't want to hold back any of you. I want to be strong, like Hakunizan. She lightly shook her head. The Tsuzuna-san's message is still ringing in my head. She grasped at her pink-colored locks. All of a sudden, she felt the presence and heard its voice echoing loudly in the recesses of her mind. Well, maybe you should take what he said and apply it, smart butt. Shinaro. A chalky outline of a fiery-tempered doppelganger materialized into her purple, hazy subconscious. Wait, who said that? She knew that she should not be hearing voices inside her head. Should she? It's me, dump, your inner self, your inner will. Inner Sakura clenched her cracking fists in fury and unbridled rage. Are you a part of me? Hell yeah, I'm a part of you, Shinaro. She roared, holding up a fist. Sakura, said the blonde wonder. Are you all right? He waved his hand in front of her blank face. Her eyes fluttered and focused back to the real world. Huh. I said, are you all right? You spaced out there for a minute. I was kind of worried. Ano, Naruto. The green-eyed bookworm wondered if maybe her teammate could fill her in. At least he would not call her crazy if she told him about the voice in her head. Have you ever heard a voice in your head before? Naruto paused for a minute with a scrutinizing look at his pink-haired teammate. Maybe the scrolls that I'm carrying are making that inner will of hers act a bit unruly, just like someone I know. Do you want a wet dream with both Hinata-chan and Haku-chan in it, boy? The demon lord did not want to be labeled as a mere conscience. He was a nigh-omnipotent being, not some part of the human psyche. Naruto blanched and lost all tan in his skin. No, Gomen Kyubi-sama, I take back that comparison. Just please, don't subject me to that again. Ha! Kyubi-to Kitkuseg. His complexion returned as he could have sworn that the beast behind bars displayed a full-toothed foxy grin. His retribution would soon be due, but he did not know how it would be done. Naruto still wondered why is it that the demon fox was tugging at the idea of Hinata. Sure, she was the immaculate princess and heiress to Konoha's most prestigious clan, so why would she, the dark, timid girl, want to involve herself with the village outcast, who was loud, brash and obnoxious? Well, he was certainly loud and brash, but he humbled a little bit from his near-death experience. Putting aside that thought, he finally answered his green-eyed teammate. Yeah, all the time, but sometimes it could get annoying. That earned a snort from Kyubi. So, I take it that you hear your inner voice as well? Yeah, and apparently the voice felt a bit stronger ever since you showed up. I think that your Kekkei Genkai is manifesting itself when in the presence of these scrolls. He held out 2 of the scrolls in front of her shocked expression. From her view, she had seen the hidden mist and hidden grass emblems on them, but when she picked them up and turned it over, she was sort of startled, The Kiri scroll had a red teardrop inside a white circle. The Kusa scroll had a red tuft of grass surrounded by a white circle. Now she looked dumbfounded. What are these, Naruto? She was puzzled. Those stamps looked frighteningly familiar. They looked a lot like her clan emblem that is marked on the back of her red dress. Wait a minute, this can't be. Just open them and find out. There's nothing harmful about them. Kakashi-sensei and I were looking over the scrolls that we found on Gatu's boat and— Oh, Kami-sama, Sakura said with excitement in her voice, completely tuning out the elf-eared genin. I didn't know that I had relatives abroad who were ninja. Yeah, and you should read up on those scrolls, especially the one about your bloodline limit. Naruto stretched his muscles and cracked his back. Well, if you need me, I'll be in my room, doing something. He muttered the last bit before walking off. He paused and turned to the green-eyed bookworm. Make us proud, and remember, Tazuna-san expects great things from all of us. Turning on a heel with his foxy companion behind him, the odd pair walked off to leave Sakura to her thinking. She unwrapped the Haruno scroll from Kiri and looked at the various hijitsu documented onto it. She was amused and a bit frightened at the same time. So you are my Kekkei Genkai, huh? She asked the figure in her mindscape. Demon right, Pinky, Shinaro. Inner Sakura placed her hands on her hips with a prideful posture. That means, you and I have a lot of work to do to get your pathetic but stronger. Ship, Level 1, Bedroom Cabin. The raven-haired Avenger was lying on top of his bed covers and stared aimlessly at the very low ceiling. His arms were behind his head as he pondered the last few days of their mission. He felt as if he was going nowhere in his training, feeling as if he had reached a barrier that he could not surpass. Creeping into his thoughts were the words that Tazuna had mentioned to him before they left. Never lose sight of your goal, and cherish the ones that you have in the here and now, for they may not be here later on. I know about what happened to you, kid, and I'm sorry to hear that, but you need to learn how to look past that and rely on your team, instead of trying to be the big, bad lone wolf to fight on your own. Only then will you become stronger, and true strength will shine when you have people to protect. Was Tazuna right? Was that the reason why he was not achieving the desired results? Was it due to his lack of partnership and camaraderie with the rest of his team? He then remembered the bell test, when Kakashi said that he would sacrifice teamwork just for personal self-gain. In an indirect way, Kakashi called him scum, and he did not want to be labeled that. Sasuke then thought back to yesterday, when he told off Haku while he was training. Flashback. Sasuke felt the strain in his muscles, but he did not care at all. He wanted to push himself beyond what he could normally do. It was then that Haku had walked up to make her presence known. I think that you should pause and regroup, Sasuke-kun, she had said with a hint of worry in her intonation. I'm fine, he deadpanned. He did not want her out of all people to be criticizing him. He brought water for you if you'd like, she said in a kind demeanor. No thanks. Now just leave me be. But I don't want to hear comments from the peanut gallery, all right? He growled as he continued to pummel the tree. End flashback. I was being an a-hole, wasn't I? He thought to himself, with his pride shot out of the sky like Naruto's date offer to Sakura a while ago. He kind of wished that she had not been there to be the outlet of his frustration. After all, she was concerned for the dark-haired warrior, and he snapped at her. I guess I ought to apologize to her, she didn't deserve that. He thought to himself as he bit the bullet. He was going to track down the former Oinin and apologize, which was something that he could never bring himself to do. He was in the wrong and he was going to rectify the matter. So the raven-haired Uchiha slipped on his ninja sandals and began to search the ship for the girl in the forest-toned battle kimono. Luckily, he did not have to go far, for she was already at his cabin door and was about to knock. Gomen, Sasuke-kun, the dark-haired ice user said. I thought you were out, so I thought I'd knock. I'm sorry. The dark-eyed genius whispered under his breath with his head tilted downward. He really did not like apologizing and he was reluctant to do so at all. But he had to go through with it to get the unwanted tension off his chest. Excuse me, Sasuke-kun, but come again? Asked the ice-manipulating Kunoichi with eyebrows raised. His volume approached audible levels as he looked her in the eyes. That I'm sorry for snapping at you while I had been training. He mentally sighed. If the dobe were here, he would never live this down. Oh, well, I accept your apology, Sasuke-kun, and I forgive you. Haku gave him a light-hearted smile and then walked away to go topside for a little bit of fresh air. For some odd reason, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat for a moment and a phantom blush came and went from his face when she smiled. What the hell is this feeling? Sasuke was at a loss for words for describing how he felt and shut the door. Ship's stern. Naruto looked out at the vast sea after he summoned a few shadow clones to read on futon ninjutsu theory. To put it simply, Naruto would have to utilize the force of the wind via means of its slicing power. In order for the exercise to take effect, he concluded that he needed something that was flimsy but easy to cut. It was a shame that there were not any plants or shrubbery around the ship in order for him to do the exercises. He was about to turn around to lean back to the wall of the captain's quarters when he smelled a familiar aroma of peaches. Still looking out at sea, he asked, "Is there anything you need, Haku-chan?" He then turned around to see her with Dasha-chan cradled in her arms. "No, Naruto-kun," she responded as she shook her head. "I just came here to return your foxhound. It turns out that he was pigging out at the buffet while you weren't looking." "And my tummy hurts a bit," Dasaburi cut in. His belly had unrealistically doubled in size. Luckily, he didn't open his mouth, aside from stuffing his face. She girlishly giggled. "I should suggest that you find an appropriate diet for him when you arrive at Konoha. She's kind of cute when she giggles like that." "Wait, what am I saying?" He shook his head from that thought. "Is my little kit growing up?" retorted his wayward tenant. "Can it kit soon?" He mentally roared into the recesses of his mind. "You know you want to ravish her, Kit, don't deny it." He sure loved to poke fun at the Kit. It was too good to pass up. "You know, I wish that you had an off switch. It's you that's influencing me, isn't it?" "Who, me? Now why would I do something like that, Kit? I'm hurt." The Bijou Lord gave a fake pout, along with a fake vulpine whine. "Let's just get back to training with harnessing that kitsune energy." The blonde whisker marks looked at Haku and said, "Listen, Hakuin, do you mind keeping an eye out for me while I meditate for a bit? I don't want anybody interrupting me." "Sure thing, Naruto-kun," answered the dark-haired ice mistress while rubbing the area behind Dasaburi's ears. "That feels lovely." He shut his gray eyes and enjoyed the petting while off on cloud 9. As for Naruto, he walked over to the wall and sat up against it. He was breathing calmly and relaxed his muscles. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate, feeling for the power of will within. After an elapsed 10 minutes, he felt a small flicker in his hand. He looked to see that a small pea-sized magenta flame was hovering above the palm of his right hand. It felt as if it was pulsing like a human's heartbeat. "Is this it?" he asked his naughty, perverted tenant. "That is remarkable, Kit. I didn't know that you would take to it that easily. I would expect you to at least get it to that size in about an hour or so, but you are, by far, the most unpredictable kid that I've ever met, so I guess that the rules never apply to you." For once, the demon was impressed by his host. "Hey Haku-chan, look what I can do," the whisker mark said happily with a grin on his face, holding out the wondrous, otherworldly fire to Haku. Looking at the pea-shaped flame, she asked, "What is that, Naruto-kun? I haven't seen any fire of this caliber before." "It's a gift from the fox," he replied, which earned him a wide-eyed look from the young lady. "He said that this is something that only I can learn and no one else, since I'm his jailer. He also said that this fire attacks the essence of soul more so than that of the body, and it can potentially counter a Manjikyu Sharingan Amaterasu. It only works in theory, and I'm not sure if it can work in practice." He then registered a foxy grin. "Not only that, but if I can learn ninjutsu without elemental affinities, then I can readily mix in this Yukai no Enku." "Interesting," Haku stated as she narrowed her eyes to analyze the flame. "It looks like that it can possess potential healing abilities as well." She carefully placed the napping Dasaburi on the floor and whipped out a scroll from her pocket. "I want you to put that flame onto the scroll, Naruto-kun." The elf-eared whisker marks turned over his palm and placed the tiny ember onto the scroll. With a flash of hand seals, Haku sealed away the fire for safekeeping. I'll check out the properties, and maybe I could use it to create effective medicines and salves. It looks like you're a walking gold mine, Kyubi-sama, Naruto complimented. He guessed that being a host to a demon was not all too bad. It had its perks. Okay, I think that's enough for today. We can pick it up tomorrow, when we set anchor back in Fire Country. Naruto walked back to his cabin after dispelling his clones and taking the parchments, while also absorbing more information regarding futon theory. Haku looked at where the blonde wonder had been sitting and had noticed a small lump that had risen in the wooden floorboards. She wrapped up the scroll and scooped up the furry cloudburst and went to her cabin. That minute incident bothered her to no end. How did those floorboards rise up? Konoha, 26 hours later. Freak. He set the beast loose. Run for your lives. Dem, the villager who was about to yell out the word demon, was immediately knocked out by the ANBU patrolling the village and then taken away. Another villager tried to come up to the group and stab the Jinchuriki with a pocket knife but was soundly knocked out by a karate chop from the one-eyed elite Jonin, who kept his one eye on his reading material. Apparently, due to Naruto's awakening during the trip to Wave, some of the non-shinobi villagers were either running away in terror or glaring venomously at him, with even more disdain and hatred. Haku looked over at Naruto, who had his head and pointy ears lowered. She knew for a fact that the comments were geared toward him. The ice user empathized with the boy and her heart was out for him. She mentally scowled at the villagers for berating their village savior. It was a good thing that Dasha-chan was stashed away safely in his backpack on their way to visit the Hokage. Who knew what some civilians would have done had they seen a fox running around the town? It was then that she would make sure that Naruto would be safeguarded, and if anyone were to even look at him the wrong way, then they would be carted off to the hospital as a human pincushion. She mused. I wonder if Hokage-sama has acupuncture lessons at the hospital. Sakura noticed the death glares at the blonde. In an awkward kind of way, she felt sorry for him. It was then that she had seen herself as one of those villagers. She was just as guilty as the rest of them for belittling the blue-eyed wonder who sought for attention by pulling pranks. And now I feel like a real heel. All of a sudden, her inner will spoke up and berated the pink-haired Kunoichi. Oh, so now you figured it out? You know that he would risk his effing neck for you, and what do? Fawn over your so-called precious Sasuke-kun, while leaving Naruto to fend for himself, Shinaro. In fact, I think that it was Naruto that managed to whip those kids' buttes that poked fun at you and your big-butt forehead when you were a kid. I'd say that he was the big brother you never had. Shinaro. To think that Sakura was absolutely stunned by being chewed out by her inner self was an understatement. Since when did you start becoming independent of my thoughts, inner me? Simple. It happened when those scrolls were given to you, by him by the way. Inner Sakura shook her head. Anyway, that Kiri scroll allows me to strengthen and become more independent, since I'm closer to the portal that leads to the Kage no Sekai, but we'll talk more about that later. She gave her outward self an evil grin. For now, focus on some of those supplementary genjutsu in the Kusa scroll, and if I find you're pathetic but worthy enough by my standards, then I'll train you in the Jujutsu of Kirigakure. To Sakura, this was getting a bit awkward, very quickly. Sasuke, on the other hand, was the target of very uncomfortable, idolizing stares from some of the local girls in the village, after they berated and sneered at the dobe. He almost felt sorry for the blue-eyed dead last. Something just isn't right though. Whenever I get a chance, I think I'll make a trip to the library. Sasuke looked at the blonde wonder, whose eyes found the ground particularly interesting for the moment. Naruto looks nothing like a cat at all. He looks more kinin, in a weird sort of way. Now what is it that you're hiding, dobe? His focus turned to the backside of the senbon-wielding expert, and then to the back of her head, and then back to her rear end. And what is this feeling that I get when I see her? I don't know what had come over me back at the ship. Oh well, I'll figure out one problem at a time, I suppose. Hokage's office. Sarutobi was idly fiddling through paperwork as his pipe hung lazily from his mouth. To him, paperwork was a major pain in the butt. He would have a shadow clone do the work for him. However, by the laws of the Hokage Code of Conduct, that would be forgery, strictly stipulating that a shadow clone is not an original, albeit a copy of an original. I wish that diamond rule hadn't been put there in the first place. The professor mentally thought as he took another puff on his pipe. The door opened and a chunin poked his head into the office. Hokage-sama, Squad 7 is here for their debriefing along with another individual. Send them in, he calmly stated as he signed another pointless document regarding types of toilet paper in the academy. One by one, the members of Squad 7 filtered in. Leading the pack was Kakashi. Sasuke appeared next, Sakura appeared afterward, and the biggest surprise of all, a pointy-eared Naruto and an unknown female filed in last. Sarutobi blinked and stared at his whisker-marked surrogate grandson. Naruto, what happened to you? Well, you see, Hokage-sama, said the one-eyed copy ninja, with book put away and at full attention. Naruto had awakened his bloodline ability, which would explain his growth spurt, increased muscle mass, pointy ears, slit pupils, enlarged canines, and claw-like hands. Catching on to the hidden message, Sarutobi made a mental note to detain both Kakashi and Naruto after the debriefing. Taking another pipe puff, he said, "Continue, Kakashi." Very well then. Apparently, the mission was an actual A-ranked mission. However, the Wave Country was in absolute poverty by a crime syndicate operator by the name of Gatu, so they had scrounged enough appropriations for a C-ranked mission. The two rogue shinobi that we had come across were Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the bloody mist, and his apprentice, Haku, who is here with us. The professor widened his eyes. Need not worry, for you see, she came to us on her own volition, thanks to the effort of Naruto here. Naruto gave a foxy grin and rubbed the back of his head. In the end, Zabuza was killed, Gatu was arrested and Tazuna completed the bridge, thanks to the money that I acquired from Gatu. Are you telling me that you used that Sharingan of yours to extract the information regarding his bank accounts and wipe him dry, only to give it to the client? Sarutobi questioned. Hi, Hokama, because where else would that dirty money go? It was best suited for more important purposes, I think. I transferred some more money into my charges account as well as your own. Regressing to the end of the mission, Naruto and I raided Gatu's boat to recover some important documents for our charges here. There were a couple of them that belonged to Sakura and Naruto by right. And speaking of the blonde wonder, Naruto, care to say anything? The elf-eared genin walked up respectively and began. Jizan, I found a stray fox kit while we were on that ship. Sarutobi gave his honorary grandson a worried look as Naruto unzipped his backpack. Dasaburi hopped out of the bag and scratched behind his head. Naruto, you know how most of the villagers will think of the kit, right? Sarutobi raised an eyebrow when the fuzzball hopped up on his desk and looked at him with his curious gray eyes. Dasaburi tilted his head and blinked. Oh! Had been the collective thought of Squad 7 plus Haku, with slightly widened eyes. Here it comes. What's the name of the fox cub, Naruto? Asked the god of shinobi. D. Dasaburi, H. Hokatama? Answered the little fox cub instead of Naruto. Sarutobi, along with the ANBU present in the room that had dropped their cloaks, looked wide-eyed at the dusty-hued kit. Are you pulling a ventriloquism act on me, Naruto? Asked a disbelieved Sarutobi. This is just only an act. He chanted to himself. No, Jizan, that's Dasha-chan's voice. Not mine, answered the fox boy. Hokage-sama, do you have any snacks in the office? Asked the forever hungry cloudburst. He looked over at Kakashi. And how did you take to the talking fox, Kakashi? The Cyclopean Jonin smiled sheepishly behind the deep blue mask and scratched behind his head. It was a surprise, to say the least. To Sarutobi, that in and of itself was unbelievable. Hatake Kakashi, Copy Ninja Kakashi, the one who has copied a plethora of ninjutsu at his disposal with his implanted Sharingan, ex-NBU captain and battle-hardened warrior, fainted because of a talking fox cub. Sure, Inuzuka Tsums. Ninja Hound, Kuramaru spoke, but that was not until much later in his years. The Sandaime Hokage was impressed with the little furball, and he could be of some use as well. I have decided that the kit can stay, Naruto, Sarutobi concluded. And as for the girl… Wait, Jizan. Listen to Haku's story before you make your decision, Naruto interrupted. Very well. Haku was it? Please explain yourself. After hearing her tale, which lasted for about 10 minutes, Sakura shed a few tears for the poor young lady, Kakashi had a slightly saddened eye, Naruto had a look of empathy etched onto his face, and Sasuke maintained his stoic face. As for Dasaburi, he fell asleep and drooled on some of the Hokage's papers. Luckily, the professor could care less, since they dealt with lawn care and magazine subscriptions. Okay, I have come to my decision, started the Sandaime, while taking another puff from his pipe. Naruto, since you vowed to not have her used as a breeder by the council, and quite frankly I wouldn't either, she is in your care, meaning that she is your responsibility while I set up her status as a leaf kunoichi. She stays with you for the time being. Naruto's eyes grew to the size of saucers. Nanny? Don't you have any other place for her? My apartment is too small. Isn't your apartment a 2-bedroom, Naruto? With a hesitant nod from the blonde wonder, he continued with a small smile on his face. Well, that's that. It's settled. She will live with you. For the love of ramen. Naruto mentally sighed in defeat as his ears slightly drooped. Things were going to get awkward at his place very quickly. He could feel it in the air as his tenant snickered to himself. You better not take advantage of her, Naruto. Or else you'll be answering to us, Shinaro. At least Sakura and her inner persona could agree with two things. They both despised perverts and they respected Hakunizan. I wonder how it would be like if I had a girl alone at my place. He paused and narrowed his eyes, smirking. Maybe I should grill him and kick him while he's down for the moment. He was about to open his mouth when Sarutobi spoke up. Now that the debriefing is over, your mission is complete. Save for Kakashi, Naruto, Dasha-chan and Haku, you two may leave. I wanted to hear more, had been the identical thought from both the green-eyed bookworm and the dark-haired Avenger when they filed out the door. After they had left, Kakashi performed his Musei Shihiki no Jutsu and the SS class discussion continued on, regarding the tweaking of the seal and the information from the Guardian Fox about the Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara, with passing references to Orochimaru. Unfortunately, they had to leave since more paperwork was piling up, and Naruto completely forgot about the genealogy scroll. Well, Haku-chan, this is my pad. Before you enter, consider yourself warned. I haven't done much cleaning around this place. He turned the key into the key slot and opened the door. Haku looked into the small flat and noticed that it was mildly quaint, save for a broken window panel and some dilapidated wallpaper lining around the living room walls. She could tell that this was a boy's spot, taking note of some of the clothes haphazardly thrown about on pieces of slightly old furniture. No, Naruto, I think that redecorating is in order because, in my opinion, it's a shame that you have to live this way. You just received a hearty stipend from the mission, as well as some funds from Gata's account. I will ask Hokage-sama if he could be able to send somebody out to fix the window and wallpaper. I also think that the furniture needs to be thrown out. It's pointless. Gigi tried to get a couple of contractors out here, but they, Haku interrupted the blue-eyed wonder. I won't have you making up excuses for the villagers, Naruto-kun. They need to grow up and forget about the past. I will personally drag those contractors and force them to remodify the broken things around here. Her voice had an edge to it. I wonder if this is like having a big sister. Naruto thought. She certainly was trying to look out for his best interest. Okay, you win. We'll do that after I get some new clothes. Deal? Okay, Naruto-kun, said Haku with a smile on her face. Even though they were close in height, she ruffled with his hair, which led to a pouting face from the blonde wonder, and walked into what she proclaimed to be her bedroom, and dropped off her things. Let's go and get you some clothes to wear. She grabbed him by the hand and walked off after he locked the door. Dasaburi decided to sleep on the couch while they were away. Konoha, a village square. Haku and Naruto walked into one of the ninja supply shop when a store clerk saw the pointy-eared demon runt. You're not allowed in, kid, the man grunted. Haku shot a venomous glare and ki in his direction, which caused him to cower behind the counter. He is just as welcomed as anyone else in this village, sir, retorted the fuming Ice Kunoichi as she narrowed her eyes. You will not disallow him service, and if you just so conveniently gouge the prices, I swear that you will experience frozen hell. Is that clear? With a slight nod from his scared look, her sweet demeanor and smile returned. Good. Now we would like to find some better ninja gear for little Naruto-kun. I didn't know that she could get riled up. I guess Sakura had an effect on her, just maybe. Naruto thought to himself. After a while, Naruto settled on two variations of attire. The first attire looked like a variant of his former Kill Me Orange jumpsuit, but this attire had the chances of blending in. It was a loose-fitting black jumpsuit with orange racing stripes lining the outward edges of the pants and arms. On the back of his jumpsuit was the red spiral symbol etched into the knitting. He then acquired a hitayate with an orange cloth band. He still kept his forehead protector that he received from Irika-sensei, since it was priceless to him and it was a symbol of recognition. Along with the ensemble, he picked up a black t-shirt with the hidden leaf symbol sewn in orange on it. As for the second attire, he had a blood-red muscle shirt and midnight blue pants, as well as black armor padding similar to those of ANBU. To give his suit a kick, he had acquired a long battle coat that was in identical hue with his pants and had crimson-hued flames dancing around the bottom of the flowing cape-like coat. He did not know how he was attracted to it, but it seemed to catch his eyes because it looked cool. He decided to have a crimson circle around the back region and have the kanji for wild child sewn into the circle. If he knew of who was his father, he would look like a mini Minato running around Konoha, perchance should he wear it, which would probably be during the Chunin finals. For supplementary purposes, he had bought high-quality weights and fresh sets of kunai and shuriken. He managed to get his hands on spare shirts and pants, just to give him added variety and substitutions should anything rip on him. And he still had plenty of Ryu to spare. When they had walked out of the store, he remembered something. I need to get Dasha-chan and run him by the Inazuka complex and ask about a fox's diet and other things. Rushing back to his apartment, he quickly hung up the clothes in his closet and woke up the ochre-hued Kainen. What is it, Naruto? He asked as he rubbed his eye with his paw. We need to take you to the Inazuka complex on the other side of town. I need to get you checked out and have you fitted for your Konoha plated collar. He zipped open his backpack. All right, Dasha-chan, time to get in. See, can I walk around, Naruto, please? His sad gray eyes sealed the deal. Naruto sighed and zipped up his backpack. Fine, but we have to be careful though on our way there. Some of the villagers don't like foxes, others fear them. Luckily, no one had seen the dust-colored fox as the trio made their way to the dog-loving veterinarians that were the Inazuka. With even more luck, they stumbled upon a shaggy-haired woman with a dark-hued nin-ken by her side, who just so happened to be the matriarch, one Inazuka Tsum. What can I do for you kids? She asked in her husky voice. I need to start up a regimen and a diet for the fox that I found in Wave Country, began the Whisker Marks. His name is Dasaburi, and I would like for him to train with me. I was wondering if you had any weights for canines as well. A black-coated wolfhound with an eye patch over his right eye and left ear missing approached the small dust mite and sized him up. He had potential. You appear to be rather small for your age, pup. Do you think you have what it takes to be a nin-ken? I believe I do, replied the baby fox cub, which earned a wide eye from Kuramaru and even wider eyes from the Inazuka matriarch. Since when can that runt learn how to talk, Pipsqueak? Tsum asked with a hint of disbelief. His name is Dasaburi, Naruto corrected. And what it boils down to is that I have established a link with him, and he can be able to speak human. I don't want to explain any more details, so do you have any books on foxes? Tsum-san, along with a flea collar. Eyeing the duo and the young lady with interest, she answered, Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. Anything regarding any family of Canidi can be found within the confines of this complex. Kurama, could you fetch the scrolls regarding fox diets, a leaf-plated flea collar and a set of weights for the little rascal? Hi, Tsum-sama. The black-coated Kurama walked off and returned with aforementioned gear a few minutes later, after a thorough checkup on the fox's bill of health. The book on fox care was pretty lengthy and the weights appeared to have been used many times before. These are for you, Naruto, she said as she handed off the gear to him. And when you have any time, I would like for your hound to train at our canine obstacle course around back. Naruto looked at his pet for the okay. The dust-colored fox nodded. He'll try it out when we get time. Arigato, Tsum-san. He politely bowed for the gratitude from the head of the clan as the trio walked off, with Dasaburi sporting his new collar, making him an official ninken. Some of the villagers finally toned down some of the looks, mostly thanks to Haku and her ki-filled glares, but they were still eyeing Dasha-chan with slight fear or disdain. Some were indifferent to the fox, seeing that the boy had a companion to play with, instead of raising hell with more pranks. The kid had responsibility for another life, some had thought. As Naruto was walking, he could not help but feeling as if he was being followed. The scent of lavender wafted for about the past 200 meters. From the scent, he could sense that it was female and had a kindred aura to it. He paused, along with Dasaburi. Haku wondered why they stopped so suddenly. I know you're there, so come on out, he said with closed eyes. Sure enough, when he turned around he saw a shy girl with indigo hair and white eyes, sporting a baggy jacket and capri pants. Hinata-chan. Hi, Falcon, Hinata said shyly, with her fingers poking together. Hey Hinata-chan, what's up? He asked with a smile on his face, which caused the Hyuga heiress to blush again. Oh no, I heard some rumors that you came back with a fox. She looked at the ground, away from the blonde. She sure is weird, but she does look kind of cute like that. Hey, what the hell am I saying again? Dimin you, QB. Don't look at me, Kit. This does not have my stench on it. Face it, Kit. You're experiencing PBRTY, and you're finding girls attractive. There's no shame in that, Kit. Care to wonder what's underneath that jacket of hers, and? QB gave a sly grin. Why must you be a pervert, Kitsune? I told you before, and I'm not repeating myself. He shrugged as he poked at the cage with his claws. Yeah, I do have a fox that I found and he's here, right? Now where did he go? He looked around and then noticed an ochre fuzz feeling up on Hinata's leg. She was startled and jumped back. Wah! The furry fox was soft and cuddly, but it surprised her. Then she rebounded and squealed, kawaii. She picked up the dirt-hued canine and patted its soft fur. It seems to be well-bred, Naruto-kun. Dasha-chan, you know that it's dangerous to be wandering about. Go min Naruto. Hinata's eyes widened considerably and looked at the cute little fox cub. It looks like the cat's out of the bag, he sighed. He can speak, Hinata-chan. Oh, if that's great, Naruto-kun. She blushed a bit, and that did not go unnoticed by Haku. She has confidence issues, she thought, but then smirked a bit. But that will change soon enough. I think it would be time to set up a play date with those two. But listen, Hinata-chan, I need to get to start training here in a bit. It was nice running into you though. Come on, Dasha-chan. Let's go. The dust-hued fox leapt out of the Hyuga heiress' hands. See you later. Hinata-chan. He paused. Oh, where are my manners? Hinata-chan, this is Haku-chan. Haku-chan, this is Hyuga Hinata-chan, heiress of the prestigious Hyuga clan. Well, other than Hinata-chan, I think that the rest of her clan members are a bunch of stiffs. The ice user and the clan heiress giggled by Naruto's brusqueness. Well, we need to go. Bye, Hinata-chan. Bye, Naruto-kun. All of a sudden, a thought popped into her head and she blushed crimson. Did he just call me Hinata-chan? The Hyuga heiress was going to be in sweet, heavenly dreams when night fell. Secluded training area, 2 days later. It sure pays to have the Hokage in your favor. In that way, I won't be interrupted or spied on by my teammates as I throw myself into training for the next 2 months. Naruto was stoked to learn some new jutsu as he pulled out the scrolls for Futon, Doton, and Suiton ninjutsu. After summoning well over 1,700 clones, he assigned them each a task. All right, gang, listen up. From this point forward, we're going to hit the ground running and learn these jutsu. It's obvious that our sensei only taught us to climb trees, but this time, we're going to be doing self-help. I want a portion of you to learn how to walk on water in the stream a few meters from this training area. I also want a cluster of 3 groups for learning wind, earth, and water-based techniques. For the Futon group, Pick off some leaves and focus on cutting the leaf with only wind-based chakra. For the shunned group, you will each get a cloth that I had cut from an old blanket. Your job is to dampen the cloth with water from the atmosphere, that is, if we do have that kind of chakra. As for the Doton group, your job will be to learn how to move the earth with only chakra. Focus your hands into the dirt and pull it up. I want one of you to overlook Dasha-chan's training, and I want several of you to look at history books, strategy material and stealth and reconnaissance pamphlets. Are there any questions? Yeah, said one of his clones. What are you going to be doing? I'll be working on harnessing the Yukai no Enku, since the original can only perform the task. If you need me, I'll be over by that tree meditating. Be sure to dispel a few at a time, due to the mental fatigue. Now disperse. Everyone complied without question and raced off to their tasks. The training was progressing pretty well for the past 5 days. The clones were focused on cutting the leaves with chakra only. In short, it was a tough task. The same had gone for those who were trying to dampen the cloths and those that were trying to raise the earth. But all in all, progress was being made. Some of the clones had a few water droplets while more had some bit of earth in their hands before it became unstable. Come on, almost there. I can feel the life of the fire. That's a kit. Keep it up, you've almost got it. Focus, concentrate on the source of life. While the original blonde Jinchuriki was focusing his concentration on forming the Yukai no Enku, several things started to occur simultaneously while his eyes remained closed. The occupied clones felt the rumbling and looked over at the original. Their mouths hung open by the sight that they were witnessing. Some of the elf-eared copies dropped their futon scrolls, as well as books regarding stealth and reconnaissance and preparatory material for the written exam portion of the Chunin trials. A 10-foot-high plateau of earth erupted from the rumbling ground, underneath the blonde demon container. Some atmospheric water vapor condensed and pooled into a moat that was around the high, flat terrain. The same little lake then developed a thin sheet of ice crystals on top of it. Alongside those occurrences, several brown roots shot up from the ground and entwined themselves around the blue-eyed wonder's earthen plateau in a spiral-like fashion. All the while, a small breeze picked up as the blonde enigma focused his energy to igniting the spirit flame. Sweat trickled down his face in extreme concentration as a grapefruit-sized magenta ember flickered into existence into the palm of his right hand. Feeling as if he accomplished a big step into focusing his essence into fueling the fire, the Jinchuriki huffed out a sigh and leaned back on the tree under which he had been meditating, but was surprised that nothing was there to support him. He quickly straightened up his back and fell onto the ground in exhaustion. The Lord of Bijou poked into his exhausted host's consciousness and looked around, even though the kit had his eyes shut. His muzzle gaped as his jaw dropped to the bottom of his prison in a cartoon-like fashion. Kit, open your eyes, now. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as he saw the sky. His eyes shot open in disbelief. Where am I? Did I die, Kyubi-sama? The spirit fox put a paw to his face and rubbed his muzzle in frustration. No, Kit, something even better happened. Just look around. He glanced down over the edge of the earth formation and his eyes bugged out of their sockets, seeing his duplicate staring at him, expressing the same fish face expression. Kyubi-sama, just what the hell is going on? It would appear that your true power has finally awakened. Do you see the lake, Kit? Giving a stunned nod, the Yuma Kitsune continued. That would appear to be the ability of the Naidame Hokage. You were able to draw out water from the atmosphere and pool it into that small moat, with no other source of water at all. Kyubi looked through the blonde's eyes with his hawkeye vision. I also see that you crystallized some of the water as well, into ice, like Haku-chan. The Jinchuriki's eyes threatened to bulge out of his eye sockets. How is it possible to use Hayutan like that? That's not all, Kit. You are standing on an earth plateau that you created by yourself. It would appear that you have a natural affinity for both water and earth. And from feeling the slight breeze while you were concentrating, it may be highly likely that you possess the wind affinity as well, just as I conjectured. That would give an explanation to the ice, which is a mixture of both water and wind. When the blonde-haired young lad looked around the upland, he was thoroughly stunned by the brown roots that encompassed the somewhat high earth formation. Well, I haven't seen this ability in over 100 years. Well, what is this ability, Kyubi-sama? I never thought that I would see Mokutan again after the Shodai Hokage kid. You would probably have to confront the old man regarding those genealogy scrolls, which you forgot to mention twice already, with the faded writing on them. Maybe he ought to give you insight as to how come you can be able to manipulate and utilize the wood element. There was a P-Arjun pause. Did you by chance mention the Senju? Hi. Well, the founding fathers of this village just so happened to be the Senju clan of the forest, so maybe it was a family member of the Senju that carried the DNA trait into your family line. I don't see how come they appeared over there in Shiagakure. That kit, I don't know. Anyway, a trip to the old man is in order. Right? He looked at his accomplishments. Wow, this is amazing. Naruto, beaming from ear to ear, jumped off the highland and landed with graceful ease. He carefully dispelled the clones, picked up the reading materials and hightailed it to the Hokage's office, with Dasha-chan hopping in his backpack. A strange, white-masked figure in the trees witnessed the entire escapade of the blonde's power manifestation. The figure thought, I ought to give this information to Danza-sama. He must hear about this, the perfect tool for war. And disappeared in a fading afterimage. Sarutobi examined another inane document in which he promptly signed it. I am getting too old for this. He thought as he glanced up at Hokage Rock, looking at his predecessors and former successor. The door flew open and chaos ensued, which interrupted his wandering thoughts. He turned to look at quite the situation that was unfolding in front of him. Hokage-sama. I told you to let go of me. This is important. A familiar blonde loudmouth made his presence known with the Chunin clutching onto his ankle. Dasha-chan was holding onto the ankle of the Chunin holding Naruto. That's enough, now let go of him, Sarutobi sternly told the Chunin on watch duty. Now what is it, Naruto? There better be a good reason for you to barge in here like that. The Jinchuriki stuck out his tongue at the Chunin and slammed the door shut soon after the dust-hued canine followed suit. Even though he may have had physical changes, but he'll still be Naruto. Sarutobi thought with amusement. Jizan, do you mind if you put up a silent barrier? This may be classified, Naruto said with a serious tone in his voice. The Sandaime was amazed by the complete turnaround of his attitude when he addressed him. Placing the silencing technique around the room, he motioned for his honorary grandson to continue. Ano Gigi, Naruto said. I would like to talk to you about this scroll that I forgot to mention. It's about the genealogy of the Uzumaki. Some of the characters have been washed out, but I noticed that a member of the Senju clan of the forest had been in my family tree. I was meditating and training for a solid week with Dasha-chan and I have made considerable progress. However, it would appear that I have awakened several abilities at once. The professor raised his eyebrows. Care to elaborate, Naruto? Yeah, about that. He scratched behind his head. It would appear that I have the potential to use Hayatan and Mokutan ninjutsu. The pipe from the Sandaime's mouth dropped to the floor as his eyes widened greatly. And Mokutan? You can use Mokutan ninjutsu? That's not possible. His power was not supposed to manifest this early. Yeah, it would appear to be so, the blonde mystery grinned. I was shocked to say so myself, and I came to ask you about that. The third great fire shadow leaned down to one of the drawers at his desk and pulled out little slips of paper that were the size of index cards. I need to test Naruto to see if it is indeed the truth. Naruto, he started, even though this is only given to one who has earned the rank of Chunin status, you will have to take this chakra nature evaluation now. What I have in my hands are strips of paper that came from a chakra-enriched tree. I need for you to take one slip of paper and put a little bit of chakra into it. Most people's chakra naturally leans toward a certain nature, so I need to know for certain about what are your chakra affinities. You read the paper like this. If you're lightning-natured, the paper gets crumpled. Wind-natured, it gets cut in half. Fire, it burns. Water, it gets wet. And earth, it turns to dust. I need to know this because if what I think might happen, I'll have to tell you something very important now and not later. Naruto approached the desk and took a slip of paper. He pushed a bit of chakra into the paper, and the results were instantaneous. As the paper split in half, one side became soaked while the other side crumbled to dust. It appears that my assumption was correct, and I was afraid of that, Sarutobi somberly concluded. The old man gave off a weary sigh while his face looked a lot older than usual. You have an overlay of natural affinities for water, wind, and earth. I would say that would come in handy. You can use earth-based jutsu to defend, and vary your techniques from a distance with water and wind-based ninjutsu. Adding along with those natural affinities, you easily blended water and earth chakra as well as water and wind chakra to make wood and ice elements, respectively, and if you were to put forth more effort, then maybe you could manipulate sand as well. Wind and earth are different in style, so it would be difficult to mix those two forms of chakra. Sarutobi shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't allow you to learn or use any of your wood-based techniques for now. How come, Gigi? What do you mean that I can't use Mokutan yet? The Jinchuriki was puzzled. How is it that I'm restricted from learning one of my natural gifts? Because that would expose your true heritage, which is an SS class secret, the Sandaime curtly answered, garnering a stunned look from Naruto. Along with that, too many leaders want that particular DNA trait to hone for themselves. Adding that with the Kyuubi will make you target number 1 in the world of shinobi, especially the Akatsuki, even though they aren't active now. Those S-class criminals will come after you sooner or later. Naruto was taken by surprise that his heritage was a heavily guarded secret. Plus, he did not know that he was a walking target on account of his wood-using abilities, let alone the Kyuubi. However, a scowl lined his face. Well, if I was given the training necessary to protect myself, then... His head sunk on his shoulders as he bashed down on the table, which startled Dasaburi. Demented. It's too unfair. Sarutobi walked over to a vault hidden in the wall with a genjutsu and pulled out an identical, intact, Uzumaki scroll, along with a scroll with an unknown clan symbol on it. Naruto, what I'm about to disclose to you is SS rank in nature and you will be dealt with harshly should you tell this to anyone else not affiliated with Konoha. I will leave it up to you to tell it to whomever that you feel comfortable with telling. With a surly nod from the blue-eyed wonder, Sarutobi pressed onward. Long ago, ninja clans fought to gain power and territory. The Senju clan of the forest was one of the nomadic warrior tribes that traveled far and wide to rally support into making a hidden village, of which you now know is Konoha. One of the future Shodai Hokage's daughters, one Senju Aki, fell in love with Shiagakure in the Whirlpool country and decided to stay and learn the many techniques from the people there. With granted permission from my former sensei, she settled into Hidden Tide Society. She gave birth to an illegitimate son after having relations with a local Uzumaki merchant. That son, whose abilities had to be kept secret at the time, soon married into the Uzumaki clan and had a daughter, one Senju Misaya. Misaya had then married a wealthy bureaucrat named Uzumaki Hiroshi. The two then had a daughter, Uzumaki Kushina, also known as Shiagakure no Uzumaki Aka. She was given that alias on account of her red hair and her fiery temperament, which had been similar to yours. Being from a displaced Uzumaki family on account of the situation of the old Shiagakure, she excelled in the ranks of a newly formed shio bordering the countries of Fire and Waterfall and became an S-ranked kunoichi. It was a good thing that she, along with the rest of her remaining clansmen, aided us during the campaign of the Rockleaf War. He paused and looked out the window, gazing at Hokage Rock, particularly at the Yandaime's rock bust. It was during a rendezvous mission with one of my former students that she had met your idol, Namikaze Minato-kun. When they had met, the two fought like cats and dogs, but eventually were inseparable at the hip. They were made for one another. Since they were from separate hidden villages, they decided to keep their marriage away from the public eye as well. His face took on a grim look as he drove home the point to the shinobi in front of him. You just so happened to be unluckily born on the day when the Kyuubi had attacked Konoha prior to Minato-kun's announcement of you as Namikaze's heir, and I'm sure you can guess where I'm taking this conversation. Wait a minute, Hokage, Naruto said with unprecedented respect and bitter tears that threatened to fall from his face. Are you telling me that the Yandaime was my father, and my relatives were the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage? Are you telling me that the living martyr of Konoha who is shunned by his village is kin to 3 of the 4 Hokage that they loved and admired? How come you knew this already, Gigi? Growled the Jinchuriki, who had furious tears in his eyes. He clenched his claw-like hands, which drew blood. And why didn't you tell me? Maybe if I was trained when I was young, instead of being scorned, then maybe I could have protected myself from my parents' enemies. The Sandaime walked over and placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder. I was going to step in and train you, Naruto. Honestly, I would have. However, those uptight BSers of the council didn't want me to associate myself with the aptly named Demon Boy. To that, I should have told them to wake up and realize that you are the jailer of Kyuubi, not the Spirit Fox himself. I endeavored into convincing the council about your heritage, but it fell on deaf ears. Your mother and father had kept their involvement very covert, and it was very difficult to prove with only the 2 scrolls that are set before you. I had then come up with the creed to not have anyone speak of you as the host of the spirit inside of you. And the reason why I call it a spirit is because I know that Kyuubi-sama had good intentions. I saw the pain in its eyes when it was decimating Konoha. I could tell that it was under the control of malice and rage. As I regress to the matter at hand, there is a picture with her and your father, stashed inside this Uzumaki scroll duplicate that one of the Enbu had picked up during a mission, said the Sandaime. Inside your father's scroll contains a letter for you. Normally, you shouldn't have been given this information until you were of age, but I think that you need to know as soon as possible if you want to defeat what's ahead of you in this world. Without a moment's notice, Naruto bit down on his thumb, rubbed the seal and pulled out the picture. His eyes widened greatly. His mother was beautiful with a big belly, which obviously meant that she was carrying him at the time. She had fiery red hair and effervescent green eyes and wore a green dress with a yellow shirt. Standing next to her had been the Yondaime Hokage, in jounin attire and his long, white battle coat. He displayed one of the biggest, foxy smiles that Naruto had ever seen and had his arm wrapped around her shoulder. Jizan. Naruto whispered behind tears. Thank you for letting me know that I was wanted by loving parents. Naruto, there is something else that you may need to know, Sarutobi said with heavy sadness and an even more aged visage. Naruto looked up to see his surrogate grandfather's watery eyes. There is still hope. After the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Kushina-chan was never found, so there may be a chance that she is, in fact, alive. Much to my dismay, however, I am not certain, since her status still remains missing in action. Sarutobi looked at his surrogate grandson who had an even more astonished look on his face. Remember, only speak of this to those that you feel comfortable with, and make sure that none of our enemies catch wind of this. The blue-eyed genin wiped his tears and gave his surrogate grandfather a small smile. Okay, Jizan, you have my solemn word. Right? Said the Sandaime with a smile. If you happen to openly display a Mokutan technique, then the council would be trying to play kiss-butt with you and try to get you on good terms. He chuckled to himself. It's ironic. It is you that has the highest noble birthright of this village, and yet they are not willing to put the past behind them, knowing full and well that you are human as well. People make mistakes, and people are ignorant by nature at the same. Ting, a recipe for disaster. Well, I believe that you should get back to training. And just to let you know, you'll still learn Mokutan from my sensei's former scrolls, but you will receive them when I see that you're ready for them or if I'm gone from this world. Is that okay with you, Naruto? That's fine by me, Jizan. I'll just focus on the 3 elements and Hayutan with Haku-chan. See you later, Jizan. Naruto bowed and called over Dasaburi so they could leave. The old Naruto would have probably pitched a fit, but I can tell that he has most certainly grown, or maybe I'm just getting too old. He walked over to his desk, picked up his pipe and filled it with more tobacco. Is everything okay, Naruto? Asked the dust-colored fox as they were leaving. Yeah, Dasha-chan, I'll be fine. I'm just glad that I have a family to call my own. He walked out of the office and into the Konoha streets. It's a slim chance that Okayasen could still be alive, and why would Otusen want me to bear the burden of the village? I guess that I'll find out about it when I read the letter. His thoughts were on pause when he had seen a lavender blur with indigo hair coming straight for him. Konoha Public Bathhouse. Haku and Hinata decided to spend some time together, albeit their brief encounter. It was then that Haku decided to take a plan of action to break the Hyuga heiress from her shell. "So, Hinata-san, what do you think of Naruto-kun?" she asked with a small smile on her face. Hinata looked up and blushed horribly. "He's a really good young man. W.I. "Oh, no reason at all, Hinata-san," she calmly stated as she waved her hands. "I thought that maybe that you liked him. I noticed that you were blushing and kept looking away from him." Hinata continued poking together her forefingers. "You know that he admires confidence, Hinata-san, and that is the department in which you're lacking. Now tell me, how come you haven't said anything to him yet?" "Oh no, I thought he liked Sakura-san, that's all." Haku swam over and held together her poking fingers. "Hinata-san, in this world you have to be aggressive for what you want. You have to fight for the unattainable. If he means that much to you, then I don't see what should impede your progress. It is you that has to make yourself noticeable to Naruto-kun. I'll let you dwell on that, but, for the moment, I have to go and see about my instatement among the Konoha ranks. See you later." She climbed out of the public onsen, wrapped a towel around her and went into the dressing room. While in the dressing room, she got into her spare battle kimono and pulled out a scroll. She removed a skimpy outfit which consisted of skin-tight lavender shorts and a complementing tank top that exposed the midriff. She had then taken Hinata's regular clothes, save for her undergarments, and stashed them in her scroll, only to replace it with the revealing outfit. Phase 1 complete, thought the former Oinin with a wide smile on her face. She thought that a change of wear would have her acquire Naruto-kun's eyes. She walked off to the Hokage's office regarding her status. It probably would have been cleared by now. Hinata could not help but reflect on what Hakunizan had told her. She, like anyone who was naturally in love, would always have that creeping feeling of rejection in the back of his or her mind. Insecurity loomed over her like a shadow cast by the clouds in the sky. "What if he doesn't think I'm pretty enough?" she thought grimly as she removed herself from the onsen and into the dressing room. When she had looked at her cubby, her eyes bulged. Desperately panicking and looking for something to wear, she could not help but wear what was placed in her cubby. She was going to pummel whoever stole her clothes with Juken-powered strikes if she found the culprit. She sprinted out toward the direction of her home, not wanting to be seen, only to literally run into the blonde hunk that was her crush. Both Naruto and Hinata thumped on the ground by their rear ends. Rubbing his backside, Naruto yelled without looking at who bumped into him, "Hey, watch where you're going." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Hinata mumbled softly with eyes closed and bowing. All of a sudden, they paused when they heard the recognizable voices. That voice. They both thought. It sounds familiar. As Naruto turned his head, Hinata was slowly opening her eyes, and their vision made contact. However, the blonde whisker marks looked at the type of attire that Hinata was wearing while the Hyuga heiress' face grew to the color of a beet. The Jinchuriki competed in the blushing contest soon after he had seen curvaceous Hinata. "Chan," stuttered the blonde boy as he was holding his nose from potential blood flow. "Diminish with these perverted thoughts." "This is too grand," thought Kyubi as he chuckled to himself. "Now to sit back and watch." "Enertakigen," Hinata stuttered back. They stared awkwardly at one another for about 10 minutes. "Oh no, this is so awkward. I didn't want Naruto-kun of all people to see me like this. What will he think? Say something." "What's going on?" thought the dirt-colored canine with head tilted. "I don't get it. And why is Naruto sweating so badly?" "That would be the kid's hormones acting up, Dasha-chan," Kyubi said via mental link. Who's there? It was not normal for the ochre-hued fox to be hearing voices, much less so in his head. "I was the one to establish the link in the first place. You may refer to me as Kyubi-sama." "Kyubi-sama? As in the L-Lord of Biju Kyubi-sama?" the kid thought frighteningly. His eyes widened in horror. "Yes, Kit, I'm that Kyubi-sama. And don't be afraid of me. I helped out you as well as the other Kit, so you have nothing to fear." Hi, Kyubi-sama. This is awkward, Naruto thought. "Come on, brain, think of something to start up the conversation." "I got it." "Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he dusted off his rear end. How about you come and train with me in a few days? We could train together before the start of the Chunin exams, which are on the horizon. So what do you say? The Hyuga heiress, much to her disappointment, could say nothing. She opted for nodding her head, still blushing. Great, and I'll see you soon. And nice outfit by the way, later. When the foxy duo disappeared from sight, she exhaled a breath that she had unconsciously held. I think that went well, I suppose. At least I get to hang out with Naruto-kun. As the whisker marks and his companion ran down the street, a white-masked figure appeared evanescently in front of them. Greetings, Uzumaki-san, said the figure behind the white mask. Our commanding officer was quite impressed to hear about your abilities. How would you like to take up a position in our division? Sorry, pal, retorted the Jinchuriki, but my talents are not for sale under anybody except the Hokage and my Jounin-sensei, Hatake Kakashi-san. Well, he knew that you were going to refuse, so I will refer to Plan B. He picked out a tainted kunai and plunged it through the blonde's gut. He coughed out blood in the process. How about you join now? Either you die here with the poison seeping in your body, or we take you back to HQ and give you the antidote. What do you say, Uzumaki-san? 3 words. Naruto said with a smile on his face. Ready, Dasha-chan? Ready, replied the dust-colored fox as he ran behind the masked figure. Kage bunch tapa. The two roared at the same time, while flashing white. The best root scout was a dead root scout. The authentic Cloudburst and Foxboy were traveling through the back alleyways when they heard a slight rumble of an explosion. Thank goodness we gave him the slip. Good riddance, thought the blonde as they raced to their flat. He sighed and shook his head. I can't help but feel remorse for filling those clones with that phantom flame, though. His wayward mind focused on Hinata's revealing clothes. I think I'm going to need a cold shower when I go back home, but for now. He summoned a shadow clone and asked him to go find a potential wind user and ask for help. I need help with mastering wind. Training Ground 13. Sakura-san, to what youthful honor do I owe you? Asked Green Beast, Jr., Rock Lee, Taijutsu apprentice, who had just split open another training log. Well, Lee Cohen, began the green-eyed whiz kid, I need help with extra chakra reserves for my jutsu, and I was wondering if you could teach me 2 of the Hashimen. You see, I read about them during my research and Lee's bushy eyebrows soared to his shiny bowl haircut. Are you crazy, Sakura-san? I can never teach anyone about the gates, unless I would have to ask Guy-sensei. I must say, Sakura-san, that you are indeed dynamic. Did someone say, Dynamiku and Tori? From out of nowhere, an ever bigger man in a green leotard jumped out and flew through the air with a flying kick, landing gracefully in the training ground. It was none other than the self-proclaimed Kakashi's rival, Mato Guy, pinging smile and all. Guy-sensei, what brings you here on this incredibly youthful day? Lee-kin, I heard that you wanted to teach youthful Sakura in part of the 8 inner gates. Is that true? He asked with booming volume. Yes, Guy-sensei, replied Lee with a bow. She needs extra chakra reserves to power her youthful ninjutsu. Actually, Lee-kun, they're Yujitsu and Hijitsu. Sakura corrected. Yoshi, may I teach Sakura-san with how to open 2 of the 8 inner gates? Guy thought for a contemplative moment. You have my permission, Lee-kun, seeing as that will not do too much unyouthful damage to the body, he had said quietly while stroking his chin in the process. Guy-sensei, you are the greatest. Lee-kun. Guy-sensei. Lee yelled with anime tears streaming down his face. Lee. Guy had done the same thing as they hugged, creating a sunset genjutsu behind them. All the while, Sakura sweat dropped by seeing the illusion from hell. This is so weird. Tell me about it, Pinky-kubu. Gross, Shinaro. Inner Sakura was just as displeased at the boy-on-man body contact as her outer self. Uchiha complex. Sasuke panted heavily as he bent over, holding his knees. Part of the surrounding earth around him was glassed over on account of intense heat. It looks like Kakashi has some taste in jutsu, after all, surmised the raven-haired genius. His research on demons at the library had been inconclusive, save for a mythological booklet on legendary creatures. He had yet to read it when Kakashi had come without warning and trained him in high-grade katan and, strangely enough, some Raitun ninjutsu for the past 3 days on end. He decided that the research could wait, as well as other matters at hand. Why is Haku on my mind all of a sudden? He thought as he recovered and flashed a few more hand seals. Sarutobi Complex Home, evening. A panting Naruto clone finally found his way to Sarutobi Asuma, Konoha's legendary chainsmoker and wind-using jounin. He was in the middle of a game of shugi with the local genius and cloud watcher, Nara Shikamaru. It looks like I win again, sensei. The bill's on you this time, said the lazy genius. Their ministrations were put on hold when they heard a loud voice. Oi, Asuma-sensei, can I ask you something? Asked the elf-eared duplicate of the blonde wonder as he ran up. Oh, hey there, Na. What brings you here? Asuma took a puff of his cigarette. He's changed quite a bit. I found out that one of my 3 elemental affinities is wind. Asuma's cancer stick fell out of his mouth as his jaw dropped. Well, hold it right there. Did you say 3 elements? I find that hard to come by. The bearded chainsmoker was somewhat skeptical about anyone possessing more than 1 elemental affinity at a time, but it was Naruto, so everyone had to expect the unexpected. Anyway, so one of your elemental alignments is wind, you say? And you need tips on how to control it, am I right? Yup, said the beaming Bunshin. The cloud-watching shinobi looked over at the blonde and asked, You're learning how to control the nature of chakra? Yes, Shikamaru. What's it to you? You'll need some talent to master that, you know, and besides, you're not even a chunin yet. His speech stopped dead in its tracks when the Jinchuriki pointed a finger to his right and a small mound of earth erupted from where he pointed. Think I can't handle it? He gave the genius a wide, fang-toothed smirk. Shikamaru's eyes widened a bit when he saw Naruto move the ground without breaking a sweat. This guy is full of troublesome surprises. All right, Asuma spoke up with a new cigarette in his mouth. I'll teach you how to manipulate the nature of wind, but only if you pay for the next time my team and I go out for yakiniku to celebrate for a completed mission. How's that? You're cheating, Asuma-sensei, retorted a rather peeved Shikamaru. Well, if that's all it takes, then I'll do it for my training, the Naruto replica concluded, although he inwardly cringed. I know Chuji, his food bill is just as high as mine. Great, and it looks like we've got a deal. Asuma smiled and pulled out his knuckle-busting trench knives. What the sucker? These are my chakra blades. Both of the blades are made to absorb the chakra nature of the holder. I'll let you hold onto one and have you push your chakra into it. Grabbing onto the strange knuckle-buster, he pushed a bit of the wind-based chakra into the blade with a little bit of effort. For some apparent reason, the blade felt slightly cool in his hands after pushing wind chakra into the blade. Hey, Asuma-sensei, Naruto began, how come my blade chakra looks a bit different than yours? Sure enough, the chakra field around the trench knife was wavering, but held a finite 0.2 inches from the blade itself. Well, first of all, Naruto, you have to focus on your wind-type chakra, since you have 2 others, answered the chainsmoker. When you focus on that wind chakra, you've got to imagine splitting the separate chakras apart and grind them together. Do it so that the separate chakra fields sharpen one another into fine pieces. The thinner and sharper you make it, the better. Now, for a demonstration. He quickly scanned the surrounding environs. I want you to throw your knife with mine at the same time into that tree, okay? Asu, replied the eager blonde. They both reared back and launched the knucklebusters into the tree. Naruto's blade made it an entire foot into the 3. And as for Asuma's blade, it cut through the tree with little resistance and embedded itself 7 inches into the rock behind it. So, Naruto, what do you think? Naruto's mouth flung open in awe. Sugoi! Asuma looked at the pointy-eared genin and continued. Using the wind chakra can get pretty dangerous. I was only holding back. Were it the case that I had been trying, then my blade would have gone through that rock. Naruto's eyes bugged out. Say what? So, here's the lesson for you, Naruto. In a battle of equal caliber between 2 shinobi, the one with the sharpest tool would win. The wind element has the strongest defensive power for both close and mid-range battles. Take what you know and apply it, and if you come across any trouble at all, then feel free to drop by any time. But you're still held responsible for barbecue though. Gotcha. Thanks a lot. Naruto formed his trademark cross-shaped hand seal and disappeared in a puff of smoke. That was a shadow clone? Shikamaru shook his head. What a troublesome guy. He glanced over at his Jounin sensei. At least a Suma sensei can't wiggle his way out of paying for barbecue. Naruto's flat, late evening. Naruto was glancing over at the letter left from his father when the clone dispelled and gave him information regarding how to manipulate the wind element. It turned out that he was stuck in a rock and a hard place when it came to how to seal Kyuubi. Much to Naruto's dismay, all other possible means for detaining the king of Yukai proved futile, and Naruto had been the last resort, since he obviously could not ask any of the villagers' children to act as the spiritualist medium, or even themselves for that matter. People would think that you were crazy if you asked around for someone to harbor a 10,000-year-old spirit in your stomach. Plus, it came down to one final question. Why would you have someone else make the ultimate sacrifice, knowing that you were unable to do so? It also stated in the letter that his mother had been taken to the hospital after the abrupt C-section on the field of battle, and he neither had a chance to see her again nor to tell her how much he loved her. That brought a few more tears from the Jinchuriki as he rolled up the letter and stashed it in a safe box underneath his bed, along with the scroll that he had received from Sarutobi. There's still hope. When he bent down, he wafted Dasaburi's scent. He certainly needed a scrub down in the morning after he got up. Good night, Dasha-chan, he whispered to his dust-hued kit. As he rolled over in his bed, he thought about what the future might bring. 2.5 weeks until the Chunin exams. I hope that I'm ready by then. Closing his eyes, he drifted into dreamland, only to be pulled into the fox's den that was Kyuubi's dungeon. What's up now, Kyuubi-sama? Asked the blonde wonder who rubbed his backside from the descent. Kid, how has your progress been with training? And how's the kit taking to my chakra? He's getting more and more accustomed to it, however, his coat is starting to redden a bit. I see. It's only a minor side effect, though. There's no need to worry over it. For now, I want you to use your chakra to commune with him mentally. That is my next task for you, before you dream of 2 of your important people. The Yukai king gave a perverted giggle. Naruto's shoulders and ears drooped as he sighed in defeat. Why is it that I'm doomed to be stuck with perverted sensei? This was going to be a long night for the fox boy.